Mr. Mbalathi.
Okay, no problem.
Oh, it's nice to see your face too. You were depriving us of your handsomeness. Okay. No, thanks very much for waiting. We're sorry. There always are going to be glitches when it comes to technology, but we seem to have overcome that glitch, and we are now going to proceed, and Advocate Leie is going to swear you in whichever way you prefer. Advocate Leie.
All right, no problem.
Thank you, Chair. Morning, Ethy.
Morning, Advocate Leie.
Yes. Are you going to take an oath or are you going to affirm?
I'll take an oath, please.
Okay. Mr. Ethy Mbalathi, do you swear that the evidence you are going to give today is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? If that is so, please raise your right hand and say, "So help me God."
So help me God.
Thank you very much. You've now been sworn in as a participant in the SJN hearings. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Sandle July is going to take you through the paces.
Yeah.
Okay.
Mr. Mbalathi.
Morning, Mr. July.
How are you?
I'm fine, and you think?
Okay, you need to relax. You don't seem relaxed. Just relax. Yeah, relax.
Yeah, I'll relax, yes.
You've just taken an oath now, and I see we've got an affidavit in front of us, only signed by you, and
yes.
you taken an oath that the evidence that you shall give shall be the truth and nothing else but the truth. That also applies to the affidavit that is before you, right?
Yes.
Yes. So this affidavit before us, it tells us about your cricket experience as the Northerns, Titans, and also you also cover the period when you also talk about the South African Cricket Association, your experience with the South African Cricket Association, and you then talk briefly about how you think the match-fixing cricket process was so irregular. Yes.
Yes.
So please take us through this. If you feel comfortable, you can start by talking without using your affidavit. If you think that it is better to start with your affidavit as you gain the momentum, you can talk without, whatever suits you. What is important is that everything that you want to say, you must say it now.
All right, no problem. Thank you, Mr. July, and good morning to Advocate Ntsebeza and Advocate Leie.
Morning.
Morning. Okay, I'm just going to give a little bit of my background, where I come from and how the cricket started.
Yeah.
So I was born in Den Village. It's a small village just outside Tzaneen in Limpopo, where normally you get your avos and oranges and tomatoes. So we're very famous of all those things. So my dad was in a police academy in Hammanskraal while I was young, and then when he finished his...
Can I just interrupt you? Don't rush, eh? Don't rush, because we have to take some notes. So pace yourself,
All right, no problem.
Yeah, okay.
Okay, so my dad he went to the police force, I think in the 80s. And then when he finished the force, and then he came back, and then he got a job in Phalaborwa. So Phalaborwa is in Limpopo as well, just a small town as well, outside Tzaneen. But it's more like a mining area. So he started working there as well. So we have to move with my family that side. And then I started school there at Wansorini Primary School. That's where the cricket started. There was a guy from Zimbabwe by the name of Nick. So he wanted to start cricket there. So he came to school and then he started to set up on a Saturday. So me and my cousin and a couple of friends, we went there. And then, that's when I fell in love with the game. It was very nice. It was something new because I always play soccer and, volleyball and athletics. So a few years later, when I went to high school, because I started playing late, I think I was 12 or 13, but I was old. So I didn't play the Bakers mini cricket. So after that, when I went to high school and then, I started taking that game seriously, where I even started playing for Limpopo Cricket Under 16 Satellite Week. And then I was chosen as well to play for the Under 19 Coca-Cola Week in Bloemfontein. I played for Under 19 for 2 years because I was still young, so I couldn't even still play. And then I played cricket as well for the club. It's called Phalaborwa Fosco Cricket Club. That's where everything started, and then started to, take it very seriously as well. The coach by then, I think it was the late Omgas Toyana, Jeffrey Toyana's dad. And then, so everything started there. He came there from Soweto. He was employed by CSA to come and help the development side, that side. So everything started there. I remember one year, I think it was some of the players from South Africa, the Proteas, came there for a clinic. And then I fell in love. I liked the way they were dressing and everything, getting autographs from those guys. So I remember one day while I was there, Jeffrey Toyana's dad says to me, one day you're going to be like them. So, and then I just laughed, said, no, coach, are you serious? He was like, yeah, the way you are going, and then you're going to become something, and then you're going to play for South Africa. And then I played for Fosco Phalaborwa for a couple of years. And then when I finished matric, so I have to go to university. But my parents didn't have money to take me to university. So they asked me that maybe just go to the academy there in Devilskloof. So Devilskloof, it's a small town just outside Tanin. So there was an academy set up there. So I went there to the academy, and then, things went well in the academy as well. So I wanted to move forward as well with my cricketing career because of I was just actually think I was just good because of I was being praised. I was bowling fast and all that. And then I think towards the end of the academy, so normally we host a golf day or a dinner where we're going to get awards and stuff like that. So we invited the Northern cricket players to come as the guests so that, to hand over awards and stuff. So my coach there, I think it was Renier, and then Renier says, you can speak to the guys there because of you don't know what you're going to be doing after this because you don't have money to go to school. Maybe they can take you to the academy. That's when, and then I spoke to the coach there. I think the coach then was Dave Nosworthy. I think Aaron Pangisa mentioned him last time. So everything started from there, and then Dave says to me, if you want to come to Pretoria, it's fine. You can come next year when we start with the academy, and then you can play for the academy. We'll take it from there. And then luckily, and then everything went according to plan. They organized me with TUT, Tshwane University of Technology, but then it used to be called Pretoria Technikon. And then I played for them, and then they're gonna give me a bursary, and then I'm gonna study and then play for TUT. Everything went according to plan, organized me an accommodation, and then I was there. And then the same year, if I remember very well, Northern Cricket Union had an academy as well. So, and then I even joined the academy there. I think it was 2001. So in academy as well, I did well. And then the following year, there were injuries at Titans at the Northern Cricket Union team. So coach called me, said, no, come join us and then practice with us. Maybe you might, play one match, and because we have too many injuries. So we didn't have another bowler. And then that's where my career started, I think 2002. And then I did well until 2016. So I spent most of my career there at the Northern Cricket Union. And then I'm just going to give you a quick highlight about my stats from 2002 until 2016. First class cricket, I played 129 games. I took 364 wickets at the economy of 3.2 at the average of 28. And then the one-day cricket, I played 129 games. I took 150 wickets at the economy of 4.9. And then T20 cricket, I played 92 games, took 80 wickets at the economy of 7. So I was just going through, checking my stuff as well, preparing for the SJN. One thing I just pick up there, is I still hold the records for the Titans as a franchise, the most wickets. So I broke the record. So I still, even today, hold the record since 2004 until 2016. And another thing I'll tell you, Chair, as well, I was the first cricketer in South Africa to take a hat-trick in a T20 match. But unfortunately, the record was broken the following week by Charles Langerveld. Yeah, things felt so good. And then 2003, 2004, I made my debut for South Africa Invitation 11. And then from there, and then I got picked to play for South Africa A as well until 2012. And then I played for South Africa Imaging as well. So that's when my career started, Chair. There's anything, Chair, so that I can start now with my affidavit.
That has been a very good background, and I think you have covered everything up to paragraph 4 of your affidavit.
Yes.
And then, from paragraph 5 of your affidavit, you mentioned that you were one of a few Black African players who
Yes.
always played. Yeah. Then you can take it from there. You can follow your
Okay.
affidavit. Yeah.
Yeah, like you just mentioned now, Chair, I was one of the few Black African players who played all 3 formats. Like I mentioned, the 4-day cricket, the 1-day cricket, and the T20. Because of when we look around that time in my era, there was not much Black African players coming up, to play in the franchise cricket. And during that time, that's when I started to experience a lot of racial discrimination and, and racism, on and off the field. At the point where it got too much, Chair, where I even wanted to stop, playing cricket and focus on my studies because of it was just too much, it was just getting worse and worse.
Yes, this is a hearing. We have the affidavit, we've read it.
Yes.
But this platform is created for you to give a little bit of detail. When you say you began to experience racial discrimination or discrimination, whatever it is, just give us the details of that.
Okay, now I'm going to touch on that one then, Chair. I just kept playing. I never gave up because I knew about my background as well, because of I needed money to support my, my family as well, my siblings, because I had 4 siblings by then, and my dad was the only person who was working. So I didn't even give up. And then things started getting worse when my father passed away, 2003, where I have to start looking after my family as well, my mother and my sisters. I can pay for their schooling, So during by that time, when I started to realize that things were not well, if you can look at the other players that you were playing with them, when it comes to contract and stuff like that. Because I remember my first contract, I think it was about 60,000 rands per annum. So, but when you look at the other players, you can see that they are earning more than you. But you being there for years and stuff like that. But you couldn't ask too much about that as well because of I was still young, inexperienced with negotiating contract. But for me, it was just, to play cricket because I love the game as well and support my family. So things started getting worse. I think it was about 2004 when they introduced the new franchise system where we have to combine Easterns, Northerns, Gauteng, Northwest. Things started getting worse there because of, I think there was a transformation target as well for quota system. So that maybe, I think, for example, like 2 Black African players must always in a starting 11. So, you play there as you're good to play cricket. But the talks in the changing room was like, yeah, with your own teammates saying this new quota system is gonna, mess up a lot of opportunities for the other white players. There won't be opportunities for white players anymore because of.
Can I interrupt here?
Yes.
When you were told
Yes.
about the quota system,
Yes.
what were you told? As much as you can remember. What did you understand it to be?
Started, yes. I think for me by then, when it started before now until now, it was, I think if I'm not mistaken, I think it was supposed to be 1 Black African and then maybe 2, I think it was 2 non-whites. So it can be 1 colored or 1 Indian. So it was like that by then. So that's how it was structured by then. But and then when time went and then they started.
Sorry. What was explained to you this quota system was in aid of? Why was it being done? Why? Was there any explanation? I just want to understand. You are there, you are playing your cricket, and then one day you hear that there's something called the quota system. And I don't know where you heard that from, and but you understood that in every club or every Protea squad, there must be so many Africans, so many coloreds or Indians, and a combination of all of those. Now, where was this explained? How was it explained? Or did you pick it up as time went on in shower rooms where you were referred to as this quota system? I just want to understand, or anybody who would be reading, this testimony, they would then understand, oh, this is how it came about for Nkateko.
Okay, sure. For me, at the beginning, I didn't take it like very seriously, and I didn't understand much what was going on. I thought maybe just like a new rule that has been introduced by CSA and the government. But when time goes by while sitting in the changing room and things started to change where the white players had problem with the transformation and the quota system, that's when I started to realize that this thing actually, it was like, for me, it's Black African players and then non-whites, they were not given an opportunity, back in the days. So this actually is, I think the government or CSA, they're enforcing that these Black African players and the colored players and the Indians, so that they must play and get an opportunity. That was my understanding when time went by. But before then, it didn't bother me because of I was almost playing each and every game because of I had no competition from other Black African players coming up from the club cricket or amateur cricket or anything. I was just so good that, if I don't play, maybe I was injured or something like that. That's how I started to understand why this transformation in the quota system was introduced. But later on, when there were talks in the changing room, when the white players started to complain about it, that they won't have enough opportunity, and guys, they're gonna lose out on opportunities and stuff like that. Yes. So, when time went by, and then for me, I was coming from a rural area, and then new in the system as well. You find that sometimes they will speak Afrikaans in the changing room. where I didn't even understand Afrikaans very well. But I have to ask the guys sometimes while the other players were talking in the changing room, maybe we're discussing something about the strategies, what we're going to be doing in the field. So I was very close with a couple of guys that I would go to them and said, what was that guy saying about? I said, no, he was just saying that this is the plan, this is what we're going to do. But, even the coach tried to enforce that most of the time there must be English in the changing room. But you find the guys who are Afrikaans speaking that they always, I think it was a culture. Titans cricket was more like an Afrikaans culture union. So I remember that I think it was the following year or so, I played the club game. So if you're not playing for the Titans, you must go and play for your club. So the time I was playing for Pretoria Technikon, now called Tshwane University of Technology. So one Saturday, I was playing there for TUT. There was an incident that happened during the game there. I think we needed about 15 runs to win, and I was betting number 11. So when I went there to bet, and then the bowler, I hit him for a 4. So we needed about 11 runs to win. So he just kept chipping me and stuff like that, but I just ignored him. And then we just kept playing. But the game was getting closer that we were going to win. So that player there, and then he came straight to me, and then he says to me, we all know why you're playing for the Titans. So I just laughed, and I said, no, I don't know. Maybe you tell me. Because as far as I know, it's just because I'm there on merit. And then he just said to me, and then by touching his cheeks, rubbing his skin, because we all know why you're playing, because of this. So he said, because of the color of my skin. And then I just stood there, said, no, what? And then I went towards him, said, no, what are you trying to tell me now? And then I asked the umpire, said, umpire, I have something here to tell you. This guy, he says, I'm playing for the Titans because of the color of my skin, and I don't think this is fair. I don't think it's right. And then, the umpire said, no, we didn't see anything. Let's just carry on with the match. And then, we carry on in the match. And then just kept on doing the same thing. And you know what? It was more even hurtful. It was because of 2001, I had a couple of guys in academy, white players that were together there. And now that game, they were playing for the same team, the opposition team. They didn't do anything. They just stood there and laugh and, make jokes and stuff like that. That day, it broke my heart. And then I cried. And then I said to the umpires, I'm not going to continue this game. I said, no, come, we must finish the game and we're going to sort out the matter after the game. So I walked off the field and then I went towards the changing room. I explained to the coach and my teammates said, no, that guy is being racist, calling me that I'm playing for the Titans because of the color of my skin. And I explained to the umpires what was going on. And they just seemed not bothered about it. They said, no, we're going to talk about it after the game. So, and then after a while, the umpires came and followed me, and then we sorted everything, said, no, just let's carry on with the game and finish the game. And then we're going to write a report to to Northern Cricket Union, and then we'll take it from there. So we continue with the match, and then we lost the game. And then drove back home. My heart was, I was broken. Start asking myself too many questions. Maybe it's true what this guy was saying. Maybe I'm not there on merit. Maybe because of color of my skin. So hence I'm saying that, even now, when this word quota, for me, it doesn't sit well because it feels like somebody's calling you a K-word. Because of a quota for me, just the same as being somebody calling me a K-word. Because of it's never been used by other Black African or non-white. It's always used by most of the guys, these quotas. So Chair, that's how it ended. So, but that guy, he was called in for a disciplinary hearing, I think the following week, and then he was suspended for about a few games, but he didn't even come back and play cricket anymore because of the other guys, they hear about my incident, and then that guy has been doing it for a while, especially when he plays against the black African clubs like your Soshanguve, Atteridgeville, and Mamelodi. I remember some of the guys said, no, if he comes to the township and then, they're going to chase him away and stuff like that. And then he stopped playing cricket that year. So he never, ever played cricket. So he stopped completely. Okay, Chair, is there anything or am I just continue?
Yes, continue.
Okay, during in my career, Chair, even become the best player in the country where, they even call me Mr. Consistence, because I was very consistent that if there's a partnership and I'm not bowling, this says 8 come, even 2 overs, just come and break this partnership. And then I'll come and do that because of, it's for me, I was just good. And I'm not even ashamed to say that, I was very good about it. And I was very consistent. If the team, they were going for a lot of runs, and then they will call me as well, said, no, can you please bring the run rate down because of it's too high? And I was able to do that as well, while taking wickets and controlling the game. So that's how everything, went well in my career. But when time went, it was just getting tough for me when it comes to like contracts and stuff like that. You see that you got the young players coming from school, they'll get better contracts than you. But I've been playing there, for example, for 2 or 3 or 4 seasons. But when we have to negotiate contracts, for me, it was like, no, you're fine. This is what we can offer for you. But then I have to sign that contract because I was very inexperienced about signing contracts. And I just wanted to play the game because I love the game and make money so that I can support my family as well. And I remember one incident, we were signing not an incident, but the coach told me that why I needed so much money because of I don't even pay for a bond or a car installment or anything. I'm staying in a flat for free because of by then I was staying in a flat. I think it was for Northern Cricket Union. So I wasn't paying much. I was just paying for my food, buying food. So they will tell you that, but you don't need much money because of you don't pay for those things. Yeah, that's when I started to.
Was that the point? I think the point was whether the salaries were equal for every cricketer at the same level. And from what I hear, you're saying you were getting a salary which was not, which did not compare favorably with the salary of some white cricketers in the same category that you were at. Did you get to know how much they were earning compared with your, I think at one stage you said you were earning how much? In paragraph 8.
60.
Yeah.
Yes.
That's more or less how much? 5,000 rand a month?
There was a time before, if I remember, I used to earn match fees. So if you play and then you'll get, for example, you get 1,000 rand and all that. But my basic salary, after tax and after UIF, I used to get about, I think it was about 990 rand. Yeah. So after UIF, I think UIF will take about, I think it was about 147 rand or something like that. And then I'll end up in my payslip about 990 rands or something like that. And then, but I was getting only pay-per-play, the match fees only. So if I don't play, and then I'll be earning that 990. But, by then, it wasn't that much for me to complain because of I was playing most of the games. So it wasn't bad. But when I was injured, that's when the problem started that, I have to earn that 990 rand. But compared to the other guys, by then they were earning more than me, but we couldn't even discuss salaries or contracts and stuff like that. That's how the system was. And if you start discussing your contract with the other players, and then you might not even get a contract next year because of, you're not supposed to talk about how much you're earning.
How did you know that other players were earning more than you?
Okay, I think I'll just touch that. I think it was there in my affidavit. Later on in my career, I started to pick up when I think we were in a changing room, we were practicing. So normally, because of I used to do extra work, so I will train in the morning, maybe for example from 8 until 10 as a team, and then I'll come back as well again, maybe from 12 after lunch, and then do extra work. So I was sitting with a couple of guys in a changing room in afternoon one day, so preparing to go and train in afternoon. So normally what we do when we used to receive our pay slips, we just open it and then throw it in our bag or just put it next to your locker where you sit or wherever. But most of the time, the white players, they used to open their pay slip and just throw it there anywhere on the floor or whatever. So my intention that day when I pick up the pay slip, it was to check who that pay slip belonged so that I can give it to him. So when I checked, I was shocked to see the amount of the player, the money he was earning compared to me. And, I think it was about 600,000 or so. I think, if I remember very well. So, and I look at my contract and I was like, I'm playing all 3 formats, but this guy is only playing 1 format. So I don't think he deserves to get that much money because I'm always on the field. I don't have time to rest. I don't have time. If this format finished, I play this format. If this format finished, then I play this format. And then I just kept quiet about it.
I'm sorry, you rush these things because I've got to process it. Yeah. You were earning 60,000 rand per annum.
No, it was not that time, Chair. It was later on at the stage.
How much were you earning at that stage when you picked up that other players?
Okay, Chair, let me just try to break down my earnings and then from 2002 until 2016.
Yes.
Okay, I think when I remember very well, and then I started with, I think it was about 30,000, and then it went to 60,000, and then around about 2004, and then I think I was about 160 or 180, if I'm not mistaken, and then it went to 200. And then it went to 300. And then towards the end of my career, I think 2013, 2014, somewhere there. And then it went to 400, and then to 600, and then back to 300 again. So, and we had a coach, I think, after Coach Dave Nosworthy left to go to the Lions. And then that coach was from England by the name of Matthew Maynard. I like to thank him as well because he played a big role for me as well in my career, as well as Dave Nosworthy as well. They played a big role, for looking after me and help me with certain things in my life, So when Matthew Maynard arrived from England, when it came to the time when we're supposed to discuss or negotiate for contracts. When you look at my contract, I think I was about 280 or close to 300. And then he says to me, "Why are you getting this money?" I said, "No, this is the money that I can, that's what I was offered." And I never asked too many questions because of if you ask questions and then that's the end of you.
That's exactly where I want us to go.
Yes. So if you ask question and then that's the end of you. So you have to accept or not, and then or else you're not gonna get a contract. So
no. Mr. Mbalathi, I said yes. Don't rush me because I want to process this. You say there was a time when you picked up a pay slip.
Yes.
Do you still remember what the year it was when you did so?
Or the figures?
No. What year was it when you picked up this pay slip in your change room and you saw that white player was earning 600,000?
I think it was about 2012, 2013, 2014, somewhere there. Just I can't remember.
Okay, right. Now, how much were you earning at that time? You pick up a pay slip, you see it's Ntsebeza, who's white, he earns 600,000 according to this pay slip. Now, as you look at that year, how much were you earning?
I think it was about between 350 and 400. Sure.
That's what I wanted to be able to take into account. Okay.
Before
Yes.
you say something, these contracts that you are talking about, this payment, is it your contract with CSA or is it a contract with Northerns?
Northerns, that is Northerns. That's Northerns Cricket, yeah.
Okay.
Yes.
But Northerns, were they affiliated to Cricket South Africa?
Yeah, all the franchises, they are affiliated with Cricket South Africa.
Okay. Okay.
So, yes. So when Matthew Maynard came that year and then he says to me, why are you earning so little? So I told him, this is what I was offered. And then he goes like, no, this is wrong. So he asked me, how much do you want? So I said, no, I don't know. He said, no, okay, coach, what do you think how much I worth? And then he goes like, okay, don't worry. And then he went there, and then to negotiate for me, he said, no, Ethy said he won't sign this contract. And then I think he negotiated for me, I think that's about 400 or 400 plus. And then I signed that contract that year, and then I was happy, and then I played very well, even though I knew that I was still underpaid. But for me, it was better because of, I don't think if it wasn't him, I was gonna able to get 400 plus.
You see, why I am asking these questions is because, and you'll correct me if you feel that that is not something that I should be inquiring into. I would have believed that, people should get equal pay for equal work.
Yes, Chair.
That's what our laws say, especially after 1994. And that's what our Constitution enjoins legislation to reflect equality. Equal pay for equal work. And I would have thought when you play cricket and you are evaluated by whoever does the evaluation to be a competent cricketer, to be in the squad. If you are a bowler, fast bowler, then the next fast bowler, it shouldn't matter what color he is, and you should be evaluated. Now, the example that you gave is that you pick up this pay slip, 600,000, and it's probably at a time when you could, or you would have been earning either 300,000 or 400,000. It's still a huge gap. Let's say in your favor, or in favor of who might query your comparison. Let's say you were earning 400,000. You would still have been 200,000 down from what another player of another racial group is earning. And I want to be able to say, I understand you to be saying, when you pick up that pay slip, you realized that there was this huge gap in emoluments between what you were earning and what your white counterparts were earning. Am I understanding you correctly?
Yes, Chair. I think you summarized it nicely, and then I think that was what was going on, that it was 400 and 600, and then there was no much equality when it comes to, contracts.
And then you
like
approached this coach from England, or this person who had come from England, and that is when he said he is going to pick up your matter with the authorities, the question of your salary. Was it around that time that happened?
It was just after that, Chair, because of when Matthew Maynard negotiated my contract for 400, he has to cancel his contract and go back home because of family commitments and stuff like that. That's that time when I pick up that payslip between my 400 that he negotiated for me and the 600.
Yes, okay.
Yes.
Yes, you can continue, Mr. Mbalathi.
Okay, Chair. And another thing is that by then I was a regular for the South African A side as well. So I played most of my years in my career, like about 8 years. I played for South Africa A as well. So for me, it didn't even sit well why I didn't get so much money while I played for South Africa A side as well. I played for South Africa Invitation as well. And I was still playing for South Africa A side by then. But when it comes to my contract compared to the other guys, it was different, And we couldn't even go to complain to anyone, because even SACA, them, when you complain about contracts, they will tell you that they don't deal with contracts and stuff like that. I have to go back to the coach and the CEO so that you can take your grievances to them. But it was difficult because of the minute you start questioning the CEO and the coach, like I'm saying, it's the end of you. You're done. You're gonna be victimized, and then you're never gonna get a contract. That's it. Your career is finished. So I was so scared sometimes just to raise my concern and open up about it. You just complain amongst ourselves and then just move on with our lives. Okay, I think, Chair, another sad blow for me, it was, I think it was 2011, 2012, we toured to Zimbabwe with the South Africa A side to play there against Australia and Zim. It was a triangular nation. And, while we were there, we were sitting and then training. So one day, one of the coach there, he says to me, there was a year that we did pick you for South Africa. I said, no, okay, what happened then? He said, no, but the union, Northern Cricket Union says, no, you were injured, so you were not available for selection. I said, no, but how could it be? I said, no, we were told that you were injured. I said, no, I was not injured, if that time you were telling me about. And then he says, yeah, we were surprised as well to see you playing for Titans the following fixture. So we couldn't understand that you were injured, but you couldn't even come and join the Proteas. Hence that you play the following match. So only to realize that, if I went back and then to think of, we were about to win I think it was a 4-day competition. So they couldn't even release me to go and play for the Proteas because by then, I was one of the bowlers who was doing well in the competition. So they needed me to come and play for them. So it was just a sad moment to find out that, they actually as well, Northern Cricket Union, some of the management, they denied me opportunity to go and represent my country because of saying that I was injured while I'm not injured. They wanted me to come and play for their fixture. Okay. Chair, another one, it was, I remember the 2011 World Cup as well. The preliminary squad for the Proteas. So I think it was a 30-man squad. They were about to announce the 15-man squad to go to the World Cup as well. So South Africa played here at Centurion at Supersport Park. So they were about to announce the team the same day. When South Africa finished playing the game, they were going to announce the squad that's going to go to the World Cup. So I was in that 30-man squad to go to the World Cup. So before they announced the squad, I got a call from the convener of selectors saying that to me, sorry, Ed, unfortunately, we're not going to be taking you to the World Cup because of you don't have experience. And then, wait for your turn will come. And then it says, no, they're going to take Makaya to the World Cup that year. So I said, no, but, I said to the convener selector, but I wanted to play along with Makaya so that he can mentor me before he retires, so that I can know how does it work to play in the Proteas. But it never happened. That's when I realized that, for South African setup in the Proteas, a black African player must wait for another black African player to retire so that the other one can replace the other one. It was a sad moment for me. It broke my heart. And then I remember I was sitting with my friends there, and then my friend said, you know what, let's take you out. And then we went out, and then, so that they can cheer me up. Because I was very broken because of that year. I was doing very well. And, I thought, this time I will be going to the World Cup and represent my country, because that was my dream all along, to play for South Africa.
So what was stated to you was, because they are going to be taking Makaya and Tini, they are going to have to drop you. Did you?
Yes, and lack of experience.
Whose lack of experience?
Me, because I didn't have experience to play, in World Cups or for Proteas, because I never played for Proteas. I played for SAA for 8 years, but I never played for the Proteas.
I didn't think that anybody was born into the Protea team. People get there through progression, is it not? So you don't just get from nowhere and you get into the national team. You get selected into the national team. You get the experience by being put into the national team. Those who get the experience, I would have thought, are people that had no experience before they got into the national team.
Yes.
So in that in that squad, it was Makaya and who else? Who was an African?
But when I look at that squad that year, I think I didn't see Makaya's names. I think there were Totobe, the black African players, if I remember that year. I'm not sure if Mondes Ondeki was there, but Totobe was there in that 2011-2012 World Cup squad.
Okay.
So it didn't sit well with me that Makaya, I think, is not there in the squad, but why must I wait for Makaya to retire? Maybe he was just saying in future, not in that time of the squad that it was a short list. Because I didn't understand as well, Chair, that Makaya, I think he was in there, if I'm not mistaken, in that 30-man squad. But the only guy who was there, I think it was Totobe, the black African bowlers, if I remember very well.
And Ethy, during the time when you state that one of the bowling coaches had told you that you would have been selected to play for the Proteas, but the Northerns told them that you were injured, yet you were not. Did you ever take that up with the Northerns?
Yes, I did ask at that time what happened, but I didn't even get the answers and stuff like that. It was like, no, I don't think it did happen or something like that. And then, but I knew deep down as well, you can't just tell me something like that, And there were rumors as well flying around. I won't give you all these names now. Maybe I can give the names off record, because even someone as well from the CSA management by then confirmed as well that yes, we did select you, but your franchise or your union says, no, you were not available, you were injured.
Thank you very much. You can proceed then.
Okay. During my times at Northern Cricket Union as well, you know, when we go to school as well, normally we call it a school activation. So if there's a tournament starting, for example, the one-day cup, we'll go to school and promote, you know, the fixture. When are we playing? We sit down with the kids and sign autograph, you know. Sometimes you find that, you know, the Black African players or the non-whites, they'll go to the non-white school, and then the white players will go to the white school. So they never felt comfortable going to Soshanguve or Atteridgeville or Mamelodi or, you know, for example. But for us, you know, Black African players and non-white will go to any school that we're being given to go to. And then that's when I realized that, but when it comes to selection, it's not like that, but they always get selected no matter what we've been doing. So there was no equality or anything, you know. So it was just too much sometimes, you know. You can just see this thing happening in front of you, but you can't even raise any questions or go and say, but this is not right. This is not right. Another issue then, it was when we play away games as well. Like, for example, we're playing in Durban, we're staying at a Langeni hotel, you know. They will send the team sheet to the hotel so that this is the players that they're coming, and then please prepare them those rooms. But you find that maybe in your team list, you were matched to play or to share your room with a white player. But when you get to the hotel at the reception, you see your name being scratched. And then they match each other. The white players will match each other, and then the Black African players will match each other as well. Same thing with the transport as well. When we get to the airport, you'll have a management bus, you'll have a white players bus, you'll have your Black African and non-white bus. And we even end up, you know, calling our combi a ducky bus. So we used to call it like it's a ducky bus because it was always black players or non-white players in that bus. No matter where we played, is it Cape Town or is it Durban or is it in Kimberley? It's always like that. And it was frustrating at some stage that when you get to the hotel, your name has been scratched and then you don't know who you're sharing with. Sometimes you have to go and knock in the rooms and ask, who are you sharing with? Who are you sharing with? And sometimes you'll be late for practice in the afternoon because of you don't even have a room because your name has been scratched. Where you were supposed to go, you're not there anymore. And then you're going to get, you know, they're going to say, no, you're late, and then you're going to get fined as well for that. But when you try to explain that my name was scratched, I was supposed to say to share with someone, and I was looking for a room to share. And you end up sharing with, you know, your non-white players. So it's things that was happening in March, and we end up going to the lady that she was helping at Titans to tell her that when you send the team list, you don't need just to send the names. I would like to share, for example, with Mr. July. So please, when you send the list, just put my name and Mr. July together that we're going to be sharing so that it can make it easier when we arrive at the hotel that I'm sharing with Mr. July. So I don't need to run around and knock in the rooms for about 20 minutes looking for who's not sharing with anyone.
As I understand it, this should be very clear. It's not like when you say your name would be removed or scratched from sharing with a white person, you are desperately wanting to share with this person. But you were just against the scratching of your name to share with this particular person, and then you don't know where to go.
Yes.
I remember last week, Friday, Lonabo Tsotsobe also mentioned this issue with the 3 buses. So he stated that there was the white bus where white players would get into, the black bus where black players would get into, and then of course the management bus. So I just want to understand how would it happen? How would it happen that all the white players go into the white bus? Was it something planned where you would just see black players in the black bus, then you automatically go to that bus? Or how did it work where it ended up being these 3 separate buses?
Sometimes it just happened that when we arrive at the airport, and then there will be maybe 1 or 2 or 3 senior players that they're going to assign for the combis at either any rental cars. So they will sign for one combi, while with other, maybe the black African players or non-whites, busy signing for another combi. They will all go to one combi. And then I remember some stage that you find that one combi as well for the white players, it was overloaded. They will all try to squeeze in and sit on top of the cricket bags. It's I don't know how. It just ended up that it was just like that. So we knew from then that if you have to go to the combi, I have to go straight to the Taki bus, because of it was just always like that. Never changed. Always like that. That there will be 3 buses: one for the management, one for the white players, and then one for the non-white black African players, and all that. It was just always like that.
And then you talk about the eating arrangements at the hotel.
Yes, Chair. Even in the morning as well. You'll get to the breakfast, the dining room early in the morning for breakfast. You're there early. You're the first person. Normally what you do, you're going to go and put your bags down next to where you're going to be sitting. Normally there will be tables set up for us, for players. So there will be maybe 5 per table. So you find that you're the first guy to arrive there in the morning for breakfast. You sit down there, and then you see a white player coming in as well. But sadly that the white player will never going to come sit next to you there, even knowing that you're alone. They will all start at another table as well, where he's going to sit until the other white players come, and then I'll wait for other black African or non-white players to come and sit in a table as well, And it went to that extent that sometimes they could even organize prize with the opposition friends. Let's say we're playing in Cape Town, they organize a bride to go to one of their friends' house and have a bride and all those kind of things. But sometimes we're not invited. And then you're only going to hear about these things the next morning in a changing room, while you're sitting there in a changing room talking, yesterday it was very nice at, Mr. Ntsebeza's house, the meat was, but you're asking yourself why we're not invited, So it was just always like that. We're like excluded in some of these things. But when it comes to playing, we are one team. But when it comes to team dinners or something, we're excluded. When it comes to transport, traveling as well, we are separated as well. So it's always like that until, I don't know if things change now, but in my era, it was always like that. Even playing music as well. It was a big problem that why our music in a changing room, it's always the same rhythm. But when they play their Afrikaans music, we never complain. We just have to sit there and listen. But when we have to play our music, it's a problem. Same as I have to speak my home language. It was a problem. English, please. Why are you guys making noise? You guys are loud. But that's how we are. But when they speak, we don't complain. They can shout and scream and do whatever. But, who are you to tell them to keep quiet? But when we speak our home language, it's a problem. When we play our own music, it's a problem. Okay, can I continue, Chair?
Yeah. Yes.
Chair, there's so much things that's happening, I even have to add this one because I felt that, I remember Aaron Pengiso as well. There was an incident that happened somewhere while he was playing for South Africa that he was drunk and all that. And it was all over the media and stuff like that. And Pengiso told me the whole story, what happened. he said he was not alone. So most of the guys were drunk, but they only pick him. So in this one here, Chair, paragraph 23, that's where I'm trying to explain something to you so that you can understand what I'm trying to say, is that there was an incident where a white player, I think he was arrested for driving under the influence of alcohol at Northerns, but there was no disciplinary measures taken against them. And one incident I witnessed as well, Chair, it was in Cape Town. After the match, we won the match, we went out with the white players and the Black African players as a team to a pub or a club. And there was an incident where one of the white players were involved in a fight, but nothing happened, Chair. It was dealt, there, that time in Cape Town, all end up in Cape Town. But my problem every time is when a black player make a mistake or involved in something very serious, that maybe it was driving under the influence of alcohol or fighting, the next morning, it's in the newspapers, it's on TV, everywhere, any social media, that Ethy Mbalathi, for example, was drunk or Ethy Mbalathi was involved in a fight. But when it comes to the white players, everything is always, swept under the carpet, and then we end up becoming the Black African people or the non-whites are not disciplined. We're not disciplined enough. But that's not true, Chair. There's a lot of things, or a lot of examples I can give you, I experience that white players do, but it never ever been written in the newspapers or went to social media or discipline taken. So hence I'm saying that things that happen, the people don't treat it the same as a union or the CEO or the coaches or whoever is in the management. And we even end up, adopting this saying that don't fight the system. If you fight the system will kick you out. And that meaning that you must keep quiet. Don't ask too many questions, or else you lose out, of the system, or you're gonna lose your contract. So there was so much things that is happening, and it's so painful that we've been labeled as Black African players or non-whites. We are not disciplined. We have issues with drinking. We have issues of everything. If things are missing in a changing room, black person or non-white, whoever, So we're being labeled of a lot of things that, for me, it doesn't sit well. It's not good at all. And if it's still happening now, Chair, I don't know if it's still happening, but that was my error then.
What say if some of the players you are talking about, or even the selectors who are white, who will say there was always a platform for disgruntled players who were being treated unfairly. There was always a disciplinary committee that could be set up to deal with those misdemeanors. All that Mbalathi is now doing, now that he's outside the system, he is, abusing a process that was set to look and listen to genuine complaints. If he was prejudiced to that extent, why didn't he make use of the available channels at that stage? Because this matter would have been dealt with.
Yes, Chair, I wish there was where we can go and cry about all the grievances from, like contracts, the ill treatment, the abuse, whatever case is. If we had something like that, I don't think today maybe we should have been here sitting where I'm sitting now or where you are sitting now, talk about these things now. Things should have been better. But for me, I think they were very ignorant. And to realize that sometimes it's because of the power and the power of the system that it's operating at the moment at Cricket South Africa. You can't fight that system. You know, it's a well-oiled machine. It's been serviced every week or every day that you're never gonna win whatever you're going to complain about. And Chair, to add up, you know, just to add something there, I've been listening to the SJN hearings since day one until today as well. You know, people that have doubt about we being there before, we've been complaining about these things. Nothing has been done since then, you know. So it's something that we as well, that time as players, we did have complaint about things like that, but nothing happened to some of those players or our grievances or anything. It just, you know, will come back to you. Or, you know, sometimes don't even come back to you. We said, for example, they'll say, yeah, don't worry, we spoke to Mr. July about it, and then let's move on. So the machine, I'll always call it the machine that CSA, as CSA, it's very powerful. You know, the unions, they work together. The CEOs, they're very close to each other. If I don't go along with my CEO, for example, at Titans, and I don't get a contract, I want to move to go and play for Cape Cobras, for example, in Cape Town. The CEO from Titans, you might just tell the CEO for Cape Cobras that, please don't sign him. He's got a bad attitude or he's not good. They'll try to block your way going forward. They'll try to close everything. Hence, I'm saying that I know a lot of people that their careers ended before even they started because they were questioning a lot of things. They question a lot of things. They will question, for example, selection. They will question contracts. They will question, you know, disciplinary hearings where why same, let's say, same offense, but not treated equally. But we're just supposed to carry on and move, you know, just to carry on and move on with our lives because of we knew that there's nothing's going to happen to those people. The way it's so powerful, the way the system is so powerful, you know, I was just worried about my career because of when it even went to that stage when I lost my mom, 2011. So there was no one who's going to support my siblings as well. So I have to, you know, actually to listen whatever I've been told what to do. If it's a contract, I have to sign with the contract. If I've been dropped to go and play the B-side, I have to go to the B-side. Because the minute I question that, when it comes to contract negotiation, there's no chance that I'm going to get a contract. Even I want to move to another franchise, I wasn't going to get because where I left because of we're fighting about contracts. The CEO, they were powerful that they communicate and they'll make sure that they block your way going forward.
Now, you are talking about the well-oiled machine, which is serviced on a weekly basis. These players who demonstrate this racial attitude to you guys, when you are still playing with them, where do they go in the structures of CSA after they stopped playing? Do they continue and become part of cricket? And in your experience, are these people there in cricket system? And their attitude, have they changed?
Mr. July, I think, you know, most of them, they're still running cricket at the moment. They got good positions at the moment as we speak. And yeah, they're doing well. They're making even more money, you know. Hence, for me, you know, I didn't make much money on cricket. Some of them, they own, you know, they got like game farms. They have properties everywhere. They have franchises, you know, restaurants and all that, you know, but the same players, you play together in the same team. They are far, 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 far better than where I am at the moment. They are well off. And most of them now, as we speak, they are still involved in cricket after when they retire and still well looked after from the day they arrived and the last day when they left. they retire. You know, but when you look at the Black African players, I can give you a good example now with Mbalathi. Mbalathi have to leave South Africa and go and coach in Zimbabwe. For me, he was my role model. And for him not to getting a job in South Africa, I don't understand. Even today, I don't know why. Why he's not involved in a system? Anyway, I don't know why. And when he came back from Zimbabwe, I had a good chat with him, asked him, why did you end up in Zimbabwe? You know, and he says to me, he called me Bambi. He said, Bambi, Cricket South Africa offered me a contract for a month. I think it was about 20,000 a month. So I was like, why 20,000? He goes like, no, I couldn't sign that contract because of they are paying the other white players double or triple it, maybe as a consultant a day. They're getting that money a day. Why must I get that money a month? That's why I'm not going to be involved with Cricket South Africa or any cricket in South Africa. So I didn't understand until then. And then that's when I realized that for him at the moment, you know, I don't blame him. I don't know if he did submit or anything. He still had his head because of he can see as well. For him to get 20,000 a month and they're paying a consultant 20,000 a day, and he has to get that a month. Me as well. It wasn't going to sit well with me. So hence I'm saying that, yes, the white players are well looked after. Even today as we speak. Can be a coaching job, can be anything involves cricket. They are well looked after.
Yeah.
Yes. And just to touch base as well, you know, we observe most of the Black players' careers ended, you know, before they even started as well. And I still talk with some of the players as well who are playing at the current franchises or the new system now. They are not happy, to be honest with you, because of the contracts or the ill treatment and stuff like that. But they'll never talk about it because of they're scared. They might lose their contract. They're new. They're young, and you know, it's just too much. And another thing, I remember playing a game at Supersport Park as well, at Titans. And one white spectator even, you know, called me a monkey and a quota player. So, you know, for me, I was just tired of complaining and reporting these things because of I know nothing, you know, it's just hearsay. No, I didn't do that. I didn't say that. But nothing will be done about those people and stuff like that. So I just, you know what, let me just get on with my life and move on because of nothing has been done to those people. And another incident as well, I played against the Dolphins. I think it was the final, a T20 final in Kingsmead. So I think I took 3 wickets in a T20, 3 for 18 or 3 for 20. So when I finish bowling, normally you go to the fine leg as a bowler. So fine leg is more close to the boundary. So while I was standing there, you know, and then someone hit me with a cell phone on my back. So when I turned and looked what was going on, so I didn't even see the person, but there was a group of guys sitting there, white spectators. So, and then I said, okay, wait. I went to the security manager there, because normally they walk around the field. So I explained to him what happened. So I went to those guys then, said, no, who threw the phone and all that? But they said, no, it's not them and all that. But and then, yeah, that was the end of their story. And then I remember that day, I even said to the security guard, said, no, you just call yourself a cell phone, you can keep that cell phone. So this is some of the things that we're facing as well, you know, while we're playing as well, even spectators as well, calling you quota players, calling you monkeys and stuff like that. So it was tough. It was a long journey that it's so sad even now. I have 2 boys and the last boy, he loves cricket. He wants to play cricket. He watched almost every game I played when I was playing. He never missed it. and he wants to play cricket. But for me, the thing that is happening now, or has been happening, I said to him, I don't think it's a good environment for you. He might play another sport, but not cricket, because of if he plays cricket and the things that we're talking about even today is still happening, and then I'll be failing my kids. I'll be failing him as well, because he's gonna go to the same thing that his dad went through, and it was never been fixed. It's the same thing. It's racism. It's underpaid. It's discrimination. So I said to him, no, just play something. You know, he's playing soccer at the moment, and then we do play cricket together here at home as well. And he wants to play cricket, but it's difficult for me to explain to him that he might, you know, what I went through. It's tough and it's hard. So yeah, this is things that we have to go through as well. And then another thing I'll just have to touch as well while I was at Northerns, it's when it comes to preseason as well. So normally preseason, it starts maybe 2 months after when you finish the season. You'll find that all the Black African players, they come back early. But the white players, they don't come back early. You know, and when you ask why are they not coming back early, they'll tell you, they've been given extra time off. You understand? So, but it doesn't sit well when it comes to selection and stuff like that. They're being selected, and we've been here doing all the hard work. You know, you find that there's few Black African players came back for preseason. You find that there's a couple of non-white. Maybe you have another few white youngsters coming to join you for preseason training as well. But when it comes to selection, these guys that only came for maybe late, they've always been selected. But the person who's been doing all the hard work and came back early from holidays to go into the preseason, sometimes you don't get selected. And then you ask yourself, why? Why it's always like that? We are a team. So if it's preseason, we must all come back the same time and train as a team. But why some of the other players have been given a special treatment? So it's just too much sometimes, to think of these things, what happened to us while we were playing. And one player as well, I won't mention his name as well, he stopped playing as well, and then he moved his coaching at the moment. It was very sad as well when we talk about these things now and what we went through, and to realize that, but why us? And why we have to be treated like that? What have we done wrong? We try to do everything right as possible, but we're not treated the same when it comes to selection, even did extra. And 2013, Chair, we qualified to go to the Champions League. I think Aaron Pangiso touched it as well, that I think he said he did well. We are one of the teams that qualified to go to the Champions League as well, 2013. I was one of the best bowlers, or one of the bowlers who took the team to qualify for the Champions League in India. We did well, it was fun. Before we left, we won. But when we got to India, Chair, I was told that I'm not going to be part of the tournament, the whole tournament. It's like almost, I think it was a month. So I asked the coach, why? And the coach says to me, because of you have a bad attitude, and then he didn't speak to the captain very well. The week before we came to India, went to India. And he said, no, he asked you to do something, but he didn't follow the instruction. So I asked him, but I don't think that happened. That's a lie. He goes like, yeah, that's what happened. Let's just carry on. You're just going to be here, carry water. And then sometimes you're going to be a 12th man, or you're not going to be a 12th man. You're just going to be part of the team touring to India so that you can get the feeling of India, bowl to the guys in the nets, prepare drinks for them if they need anything, and then just run around and help them. Yeah, and then he even ended up saying to me that he even had a choice to leave me behind in South Africa. But yeah, they said no, it's like they were doing me a favor so that they can take me with, because of, I think if you were in 15-man squad of that time, there was an appearance fee. So if you're in that squad, I think it was a plus or minus 100,000. I just put 100,000 there, but I think it was somewhere there. So you can get that money, even if you don't play, as long as you're there in that team, and then you can get that money. But for me, one thing, Chair, I think the coach didn't understand. It was not sometimes about the money. It was about to go to India and show my talent. And I remember there was an article there in India says players to watch, bowlers to watch. You know, Del Steyn, Morne Mokel, Mashan Dilange, Ethy Mbalathi. My name was there, bowlers to watch. You know, it hurt me so much that I don't think maybe I was good enough or what was going on. And I went there, India, and did nothing. I didn't even show my talent. Who knows, maybe then I should have get a contract, the IPL contract. In the IPL contract, each and every player around the world, they want to get that contract because of it's a life-changing contract. You can make millions from that in a month. But for me, it never happened. My dream was, you know, to play in India in a Champions League. It never happened. And it was just another blow sad story for me, you know, and then, yeah, came back. We came back from India, and then those guys that played as well. So there was a money that we agreed that if you play a match, it's going to be sort of like a pro rata thing where if you play one game, you'll get so much money. And then if you don't play a game, and then you'll get a percentage and stuff like that. You know, those guys who went there, I'm sure they made extra cash because they were playing most of the games. But for me, I just got that 100,000 plus the money that I was a 12th man or something like that. So yeah, it was one of the sad moments as well that I wanted to go there and play. And I was one of the bowlers who helped the team to win here in South Africa to go to the Champions League in India.
Ethy, who was and the captain at the time?
It was Rob Walters.
Okay, no problem. You can continue.
You asked the coach and the captain. Who was the captain and who was the coach?
Because of then, Chair, we had, before we went, we had two captains for the practice game that the incident happened. So I really didn't ask much who was the captain. Is the captain now at the moment? Because when we went to India, there was a different captain as well. I think it was Jack Rudolph. And then by then, when we played that game, the incident, apparently the so-called incident happened where I didn't follow the instruction. I think it was Albie Mokel.
Yeah.
Yes, Chair. I have fought for so much for so much Black African youngsters as well, even the the non-white and the colored players as well. You know, I fought for them in a changing room when things didn't go well. Sometimes, like the selection, you find that they want to drop the Black African players for a white player. I will stand up for those guys and said, no, but why? This guy's been doing well. Why must it be dropped and stuff like that? So I've been fighting for this, for the Black African players since 2004 until 2016. They used to come to me and complain, and I'll take their complaints to the management because they were scared, and I was there for long, and I was a senior player there in the team. And they will complain, you know, and some at the moment, they're still going through the same thing. As we speak, I'll get calls from the Black African players, even the non-whites that I was very close to. They started after me. They still complain about the same thing, but they're scared to talk. I even advise them, guys, submit to the SJN. Because like, no, we are still playing. We're going to be victimized, and then that's the end of us. So they're still scared to do that. And they're still facing the same thing that I went through from 10 or 14 years ago. And it's still happening as we speak. I think it was 2014, 2015, you know, things started getting worse, actually. I think from 2013, you know, things started getting worse. The ill treatment and the discrimination was worse. You know, there was a time that I was offered a junior contract. So from where I was earning, Chair, I can't remember, if I remember very well, from 600,000 to earn about, I think it was about 300 or something like that. So I said, you know what, I'm not going to sign this contract because I'd rather retire from cricket and focus on my studies and my academy. Because from 2013, Chair, I'll just give you a quick highlight about, I had an Ethy Mbalathi Cup for, I think it was under 13 in Pretoria. I hosted 150 plus kids around Pretoria to come and participate in that tournament that I organized with a couple of friends. And we had teams from Joburg coming to play in that tournament. There was teams from Mamelodi, Ashridgeville, and a couple of white school teams that they were participating in that. So that's when I realized that, you know what, maybe let me focus on that in my academy so that I can stop this thing of being ill-treated, because it just never stops. So when I was offered that contract, I didn't sign the contract. So I took the contract home as well and told them, you know what, maybe let me just retire and play cricket. And then I remember one of the coach, you know, assistant coach Malibongo Maketa, I think it was before that, he was there before he left. So we had a chat and then he phoned me, because like, what's happening? So I told him, he goes like, is it the same thing still happening? I said, yeah. And Malibongo Maketa, every time, you know, if something goes wrong or if things don't go well, and then I'll go to him. If I don't feel good, I'm down, and then I'll go to him. And we used to call each other a black man. Say, hey, black man, how are you? So black man, you don't seem very fine, black man. And I was like, yes, black man, I don't know what's going on. And with now I might not even play the next game. I was told that I might not even play the next game. It was like, no, just keep working, black man, just keep working. You know, so he was fighting for me for so many years, you know. And I remember he once said to me, they want to offer you this contract. Don't sign it. Just tell them that you're moving to another franchise. They will never afford to lose you because of you're one of the best Black African player with experience. So to lose you, it's going to be a big blow. Tell them you don't want to sign, and then they will give you a different contract. And yes, I remember that time it worked. And then I got a better contract as well. And another thing, Chair, 2014 as well, I was awarded a benefit year at the Titans Cricket Union for my service, because I played for them for more than 10 years in one franchise. You know, Chair, I'm sure you can imagine working for one company for 10 years as well. I was very excited, looking forward, you know, for my benefit game and to host my friends and former players, you know, current players and stuff like that, you know. And I had one of the ex-Titans players that was helping me, you know. He helped me very well because he had a benefit year as well before me. So he had an experience. So he was helping me, everything with the preparation. And things by then, you know, at the beginning went well. We had a speed braai where we hosted people that they can buy for a table. You know, it went well, and I'm very grateful for that guy as well who helped me at the beginning as well, you know, to prepare everything for my benefit and his experience. And I think I'm still grateful for, you know, what he has done to me. And then towards when my benefit match has to start, you know, I was called in the office that, don't you think maybe must you move your benefit game in your home province where you started or where you grew up? You know, I was like, why now? Because of everything was prepared in Pretoria. I said, no, why now I have to go to Limpopo to go and prepare my benefit there? But I knew deep down, because of, I can see it as well, that they were just trying to, to get rid of me and give me a benefit year from there. It was, for me as well, it felt like it was just a farewell in a way, that this is your last contract. This is your last year as as our member at the Titans. And then later on, I have to change everything now. I have to move my benefit game to Limpopo. And then I had a guy that was helping me as well in Limpopo, the cricket union. He did all he can, organize me, the venues, the accommodation, the meals, the drinks, just to mention a few. I'm even today, I'm very blessed to say that, they went extra mile to host me there and pay for everything. So when the time came that when everyone has to come to Limpopo as well to join me to celebrate my, my special day, Chair, the sad thing is only few players that I was very close to, they came. Even a couple of guys from the Lions, they came to support me. And the majority of the players that I was playing with at the Titans, they didn't even come. I invited everyone, Chair, from the CEO, the board members, the coach, everyone I can think of to come. They didn't even come. Not even one person from the board member. Only one person that I was very close to, used to work for our union. He left and then he's still at the moment working for CSA. And I remember that day when I said, no, you must come. He said, yes, I'll come later on for the dinner for the function, because I have something to do. He drove from Pichura to Limpopo that evening to come and celebrate with me. And he was not even part of the board members of the Titans. He was part of the CSA. And, that's when I realized sometimes, Chair, loyalty is overrated. To play for so many years for the Titans, that's how they thank me. And, the only thing that they gave me then to Limpopo, they gave me 2 combis to transport the players to Limpopo. And, I was very disappointed about what happened, to being loyal to them for so many years. They don't even come and celebrate with me. Okay. 2015-2016 season, Chair, it was my last season for the Titans. It just even became worse. When my contract was cut into half, I think I was on 600 by then, the last time I was there, 2015-2016. I was called at the office by the CEO and the coach, telling me that they're going to cut my contract into half, and they're only going to sign me for one format. That is the 4-day competition. So I'm not going to be involved in the T20s and the 1 days. I was very disappointed and heartbroken, the news I got from the CEO and the coach. And I was told that I must go and look for another job so that I can make up the money I lost in my contract. They even went to that extent, Chair, to organize me a coaching job at one of the schools around in Centurion. And even organized me an interview to that school. And it didn't go as I expected because of, in the interview, I was told that they were looking for someone full-time. And for me, because I'm still involved with the Titans, and then it won't work. And then when I went back and then I told the CEO that it's not gonna work, they even organized me to go to Eastern. So Eastern, it was one of our Titans affiliates here in Benoni. They said, no, okay, for now, you can go to Benoni and help the coach there as a player coach, assistant coach, a mentor to the other Black African players and stuff like that. And then Eastern's Cricket Union, they're gonna try to get you money for your petrol, because I'm staying in Centurion, so I must travel from Centurion to Benoni every day to go and practice there and train with the guys. So, and then Eastern's Cricket Union said, no, they will help me with the petrol money and stuff like that. So that's when I end up at at Easterns. So during that time, one of the players, I think they signed a call pack during that year, and then he has to move so you have to cancel his contract from Titans. So they called me back and says, no, we have one player here, he's moving, so we can give you some of his money from his contract. So I think that time, my contract, I think it was about 300. So they gave me, I think it was about 200 from that contract. So to get to about 500. That was later than at the stage of the year. And then later that year, and then I went back. I was playing for Eastern's amateur cricket for that time being, I think about 6 months. So the other 3-4 months, I have to come back and join the Titans for the 4-day cricket when it started. I think it was late October or December, somewhere there. And then we did well, Chair, in that tournament, and then we won the 2015-2016 4-day competition as well. So yeah, it was my journey, and then everything finished that day in Cape Town. It was my last day for when I played the match for the Titans.
Ethy, time is always the enemy of all of us.
Yes.
But we started a little bit late because of connectivity problems.
Yes.
Can you use the next 15 minutes, which will take us to 11:15. We are already eating into the next time. But if you could...
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, Chair. Just to wrap up quickly now with the Northern Cricket Union as well. I think there was even an article that speaks the record of an article from the Titan. I think it was published last month or so. I think there, if you have it, I think it's EM1, annexure EM1. Yes, where it says Titans Cricket salutes the exceptional service. So you can see there in the article that, I was not just a player, I was somebody who was always doing well as well. They even says that in that article, they don't know why I didn't even play for South Africa because I was very good in that article. I even, broke the record for the most wickets in that franchise as well. So I still hold the record as well as we speak, the most wickets in that franchise. Okay, and I still believe that if the social nation building chair, it will have not fulfill or achieve their objective if it does not deal with the issues of reparations and financial compensation for Black African players, because of, in my position as well, I was denied opportunities to earn, a living, my worth because of the racist system. Okay, Chair. I think I'm gonna move to, the next one as well. I think if you have it there from paragraph 44 there, my issues with SACA as well, South African Cricket Association. Okay, my issue, Chair, with SACA is that they're supposed to represent the South African cricket players concerning all their problems, But in my opinion, I don't think they do what they're supposed to do as a trade union for players. And my understanding for the role of the trade union is to fight for the best interest of for all its members, to make sure that they get the best treatment as possible. But not with SACA for me, Chair. I don't believe SACA, they are doing it at the moment, because of another issue is that SACA is no more than a sweetheart union. And the relationship between SACA and CSA is too cozy, man. They're very close that sometimes they forget to what their job is, what they're supposed to do as a trade union. And it's become impossible for SACA to take up even the racial discrimination suffered by Black players at the national level or provincial level, even, the franchise level as well. Because SACA is not effective at all grounds level. And it's where the most horrible form of discrimination occur, in my view. SACA only exists at the national level and only serves the privilege.
Ethy.
Because of one thing I know is when you go to SACA and complain about the contracts, SACA will tell you that they don't deal with contracts. I must go back to the CEO or the coach. But when it goes to the national level, it's easy because most of the guys who complain about contracts at SACA is the Black African players and the non-whites. But when I say it saves the privilege at the national level, is that Black players, how many Black players are playing at the national level? Even they are there, how many games are they playing? So the guys who are making more money now, it's the guys who are playing most of their games at the national level. And most of them is the white players. Some of them, they've never been dropped. But a Black African player or non-white must wait for another Black player to be dropped to play. I don't know if I did cover it the way you... Yeah. No. And then another thing, SACA is also at the heart of enforcing the pay discrimination against the Black players. Its leadership is not sensitive to the suffering of the Black players because of it has never even walked a single mile in their shoes. They don't understand what we're going through because of they never even take our grievances very seriously. And SACA, it's controlled by white people. You can look, the past and the present. SACA is always controlled by white people.
Yes. 2 weeks back, we had Dr. Dove come address us here at the SJN hearings, and she was of the view that SACA is transforming because its last 2 presidents are Black. And in your statement, you're saying that it's controlled by white people.
Okay. Those 2 presidents, according to my experience and my understanding, I don't think they have much to say. It's just a window dressing there to show that yes, we have transformed. Yes, we have Black players or the former players who become president or whatever the case is. I don't think they know actually what's going on or they have much to say that. It's the same as at CSA as well. The Black board members or whoever, the leadership, they don't have much to say there. They don't take the last decisions. It's been taken by someone else. It's just to show that, yes, we are transforming. We are transforming. But I don't think that's the case. They don't even have much to say at all. It's just to disguise that, yes, we are transforming. We have 5 Black Africans in our board or as president. Or I don't think they have much to say. And I can fairly say that without a fear that, they don't treat the issues as the same. I'll give you an example with me. There was a year that I was in a financial crisis. And I asked SACA as well for the assistance. They declined me immediately. But hence, there was a conversation in the changing room that SACA, they once helped a white player that he was in a financial crisis. I think the house was going on auction or he was owing areas or something. They helped him to pay that. Hence, I'm saying that SACA, it's not treating every situation or every problem of players equally when it comes to the race. And when it comes to representing black players, SACA is very biased. And unfortunately, the information I can use to back up my claims, it's in their hands of SACA. And I don't have an access because of SACA. They don't even run their affairs transparently at all. You won't know what SACA they're doing. SACA is just like a closed book for it towards its members. You won't know what's going on. And even the claims I'm making are true. It can be easily established by the Transformation Ombudsman investigating the following issues. Chair, if you can investigate this, the bonus paid by SACA to the black and white players, pension funds paid between blacks and white players, appearance fees breakdown between the black and white players, and all contracts to check the discrepancy between the contracts of black and white players. Chair, I'm leaving that to you to go and do your investigation to see if what I'm saying now is not true. And SACA, they must prove me wrong. And I believe that a simple investigation would make a difference innings between black players and white players. By example, I played for 14 years, Chair, at the Titans, but my pension fund, I got plus or minus 250. But there was a guy who played less years than me. The black African player, he got similar to that. So I don't know if maybe it's me, but SACA had failed us a lot as black African players. So many times. They never take us very seriously. But when the white players have issues, they attend to them quickly. And at the end of the day, the questions that the black players have to ask themselves is the following. Can SACA, as it is at the moment, constituted, ever represented their best interest? In my view, I don't think they did. And I don't think it will ever in a million years happen the way they are at the moment.
Before we move on, Ethy, I wanted to ask, do you have anything positive to say about SACA? Like, is there one thing that you would say they have helped you with in your career as your representatives?
Yes, SACA for me, it's we made extra money from the appearance fees and all that. And when you go to a school or activation, you'll get money. There is a lot of things that I can say about them that they did. The educational program as well, that you have to go and look for a school where you can study. And I'm one of the players that I got my certificate in occupational health and safety as well. I got it through SACA as well. So there is a positive stuff that I can talk about SACA as well. The same as Northern Cricket Union as well. There's a lot I can talk about. From where I was and where I am at the moment is through the Northern Cricket Union as well. There were good memories. There were good things that they did for me. It's not like they were just the worst at all. It's just the issues that I faced. Now they are, one of the best. They just need to sometimes listen to players more than ignoring, the issues, and then treat everyone equally. It doesn't matter. You black, you white, you colored Indian, you pink, blue, whatever. If they can do that, I promise you, everything, it will be perfect. Not even perfect, but to be close to where we want to be as cricket South Africa, in the future. Because at the moment, things are not going well for us because of these small issues that we've been talking about lately as well. So for me, there is a lot of positive stuff, like I just said about the educational program as well. People that they have to study through them. I'm one of them who got a certificate from SACA as well.
Thank you.
What would you like to say to us or us from us in the last 4 minutes that you have?
Okay. Just
Oh
to
yeah,
go and look.
I believe that you still have a whole topic. Can I suggest? Let's take a 5-minute break because we have to rearrange the way in which we are going to receive the evidence so that we can conduct Edili and Solekile and Chabalala and indicate to them that we have got a time over.
Okay.
Yeah. 5 minutes, just 5 minutes.
Yes, yes, Chair.
I've got to just remind you that you are still under oath. And
Yes,
Ms. July is going to take you through, if you don't mind.
Okay, no problem.
So that you can be directed to the highlights of what remains of your testimony. Mr. July?
Mr. Mbalathi, when you talk about the match fixing, you decided not to repeat what you have already spoken about in other interviews. For instance, you're telling us that the Robert Marawa interview, and you can make that available to us, right?
Yes.
We will appreciate that you make it available to us. And then you talk briefly about how you feel this whole issue was handled. And you say you were asked to have a law firm, and you were not allowed to have a law firm of your choice, right? You also make issues about finding this lawyer who is your lawyer having tea or coffee with somebody else who is investigating you, and you were not told about it. And then you were also you were cooperating with the investigation, as I understand from your affidavit.
Yes.
But there was a point when you did not want to cooperate, and
Yes.
And at that point you were then threatened with criminal charges and all of this, right? I want you now, this is what you are talking about. So in the 5 minutes that you have, can you then summarize, because we've got your affidavit, tell us exactly why do you feel this process was not, in particular your cooperation and later on refusing to cooperate, and the threats. Yeah.
Yes. Like you just mentioned now, and just highlight a couple of things as well, is, it was very biased, the whole investigation, because of, first thing that I'll say is, I was never even served with a formal charge sheet. I never received any charge sheet saying that, what are my charges I'm facing. I didn't even know what charges are there. And I couldn't not even prepare to defend my charges I was facing because I didn't even have a charge sheet. So that's one thing that I don't feel it was fair for me to not even to see what the charge sheet is. It's saying about me.
But when you were presented EM2, which has got charges, is that the only time when you saw the charges against you?
Yeah, the sanction agreement, yeah. I only got the sanction agreement, yes.
Yeah, okay.
So it's the same day that it was sent, and then I must sign it. So everything for me, it was done via email. I got my sanction via email that I must read, go through it. If I'm happy, I must sign it and send it back.
So sign it because you were happy, or you sign it for other reasons?
No. Because of it was I didn't want to sign my affidavit. I wanted to appeal my ban because I felt it was too harsh. Because of in that year, 2015, 2016, Chair, I didn't even play a T20 match. I was not contracted with the Titans for T20 cricket. The last time I played a T20 match was in 2014, I think. So if I fix the match or they feel maybe I was involved with the match fixing. So I don't know which match, because we were called match fixers. So I was not even playing by then.
So you're going to play on the match or matches that were fixed in November,
Yes,
2015?
Yes, the whole tournament, yes, the whole tournament. I was not part of it.
Okay. But did you tell your lawyers about that you were not part?
Yeah, they know about it. They even confirmed with the coach and the CEO that during the investigation as well.
So how were you going to fix the match then?
That's the question that I even ask as well. And for me to be called a match fixer at the moment, so they must tell me which match I fixed, because I was in Benoni and I was not even part of the Titans T20 squad the whole 6 months or so.
Okay. Yes, you can talk now.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yes, and even the lawyers that they gave me as well. I got a call from Andrew Britsky as well. He says no, SACA has organized me lawyers. They have been briefed about everything what has been happening. Here's the details of the lawyers, and then you'll take it from there. So yeah, that's what happened as well. So I didn't choose my own lawyer. I got my lawyer from SACA as well. And then during the investigation as well, the threats and intimidation from David Becker and Louis Cole as well, when I confronted them about the coffee and the tea, said I don't want to continue because what were they discussing? And before that as well, there was an incident where the public knew a lot what was going on. And I complained about it as well. Even my CEO at Titans and the president, the last game I played in 2015, 2016, the Titans Award, they called me in the office during the dinner break and say, please tell us what happened. And then we'll see where we can help you. Certainly, I'm not allowed to speak to anyone as well. So it was frustrating during the investigation because it was a lot of things that has been happening. So people knew a lot what was happening, especially media as well. But we were not allowed to share these things with anyone, even looking for assistant or another attorneys to help you with that. We're not even allowed.
The position by CSA is that there was no match fixing that took place in 2015. Is that the official position of CSA, right?
Yes, that's what they said, yeah.
So how does it happen that then you were charged for match fixing that never happened?
That's the question that we even asked last year. I think they released a statement last year during the Black Lives Matter movement, saying that there was no match fixed. So it was attempt.
Oh, you were attempting to fix the match, and then for that you deserved to be banned for how many years?
10 years with no suspended sentence, nothing.
Okay. So in regarding that, when is that period coming to an end, the 10 years?
I've already done half of my sentence now.
So what would you like then the ombuds to do with that?
One thing I would like the ombuds to do, Chair, is, to reopen the whole case.
Mm.
And then it must be conducted properly as well by a completely independent people.
Mm.
And the players must appear before the independent tribunal court to have a proper as well. We must have our proper representatives, that the lawyers that we want, not being given lawyers by SACA as well. Because of, for me, at the moment, like today or for the past, since last year actually, one thing I realized that, Becker did work with Tony Irish in one law firm. So, and I was given lawyers by SACA. And those lawyers that I was given for me, they were just taking information from me. And they didn't even stand up for me when Becker busy threatening me a couple of times. It just seems that they were looking just, for information from me and take some of the information back to the investigating officer.
Okay. When you say they were sucking,
sorry?
When you say they were sucking information from you, is that what you are referring to? You were cooperating, and can you briefly, just in 2 minutes, because your time is up now, in 2 minutes,
yes,
how were you cooperating? I was
very close with Gulam.
Yeah.
So there's things that Gulam, I was asking him, what happened? How did you guys plan all these things?
Mm.
And And I remember one day he says to me, you know, if it wasn't Alviro Peterson who reported me, I wasn't going to get caught. Alviro is the one who told Louis Cole about me. That's why I got caught. And for me, during the investigation that confuses me, last year, to find out that Alviro was not a whistleblower. Von van Hersveld is a whistleblower. And during the investigation, I was told that Von was a whistleblower. So there's too much things were going in that case. Even today, I don't know what really happened.
If Von was a whistleblower, as I understand, Von spoke about this thing somewhere in August, before the so-called match fixing happened. And Alviro raised it in October, before it happened.
Yes. Okay. Because there's even more players that were involved but they were never been charged, and they were never been even investigated as well.
Okay. Okay.
My last question to you, Ethy. Since you were represented throughout by Tabak's attorneys, how was your experience with those attorneys? Because I remember Lonwabo Tsotsobe last week said he chose not to be represented by them, and that players who were represented by Tabax didn't have a pleasant experience. So we just want to know your experience with those attorneys.
Yeah, for me, you know, financially I wasn't good, because of even when I tried to appeal my ban, and when they sent me that sanction to sign, when I said, no, I'm not going to sign, they even said to me that that's the best that they can do for me and negotiate with Becker. So, but, you know, I have to sign that one and then send it back. And I'm not even allowed to go to another a law firm to help me. And I'm not allowed to share any information about what has been happening with anyone. And my career was over anyway. So 10 years or 5 years, it wasn't going to make a difference. So for me, they didn't even have a bad interest in me, to be honest with you. They was not representing me according to what I wanted. If that same day when I received the sanction, I said, no, I'm not signing it, they should have said why. And then I gave them my reason why. It's too harsh, and I was cooperating. Everything that they wanted me to do, I did. Even I went to that extent that sometimes even we were playing in Cape Town. When I fly back or we have to fly to Cape Town the same day, I will leave late to go to the hearings before. And then later on at night, I'll fly to Cape Town and join the team. They asked for my banking details, a banking statement, I gave it to them. They asked for my cell phone record, I gave everything to them. And that time during the investigation, I was playing. And there were missed calls in my phone where I couldn't pick up a phone while I was on the field. And then I have to respond sometimes the next day or late in that evening. So when they say there's someone said I didn't cooperate and stuff, I don't understand what the cooperation that they wanted from me it was. So the lawyers, they didn't seem much to represent me in my best interest. They were just sucking much information so that they can charge the other guys, because I was one of the guys who was very close to Gula. And Gula was very honest with me. And there's some things that I won't talk here on record, but I can, talk to you maybe personally, that it was happening during the match fixing. And some of the things that what CSA think it happened is not what it was published. So they were covering for a lot of things because they were scared that they were going to lose sponsors that time if some of the things came out to the public.
Well, it only leaves me to thank you for having made yourself available. And it would need a lot more than your affidavit and your testimony for us to get to know what we have been through. But I would hope also that you have found this platform up to this point to have been helpful because it gave you an opportunity to talk about some of the things that have been inside you, and you didn't have a platform at which you can share your experiences with the viewing and listening public. And we as a project are also quite happy that you were prepared to take an oath so that whoever is listening and viewing these proceedings must know that it is something that you are giving to the listening and viewing public as the truth, the whole truth, and nothing else but the truth. And we can't promise anything, but we will do the best that we can to take into account your input as well as the input of those about whom things have been said by you, if they take the opportunity to come and engage us in light of what you have said. But thank you very much for taking the time.
Thank you, Chair.
You are excused. We are now adjourning your hearing, and we are going to be taking some about 2-3 minutes. You are excused. You are free to leave or to switch off or to continue to listen in the way you want to do so. But we are now going to be going to the next participant. Are we ready? Thank you. Eddie, how do you pronounce your surname?
You can say Leie. It's Leie. Like
It's Leie.
at home they say Leie,
Okay.
but over the years I got used to them calling me Lee. I mean, everyone calls me Lee, so I've been taking that. So Lee or Leie.
Okay. All right. No, but I would like to call you the way they call you at home, Leie.
Leie. Yes.
Okay, Leie. Right. You are going to be sworn in by Advocate Mbalathi, and then Mr. July will take you through the paces. But just relax. You know, you are not on trial. You have come here to assist the process. Advocate Mbalathi.
Thank you, Chair. Eddie, are you going to take an oath or are you going to affirm?
Whatever, I can whatever affirm, take an oath for me, doesn't really matter.
Okay, then, Mr. Eddie Leie, do you swear that the evidence you're about to give today is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? If that is so, please raise your right hand and say, "So help me God."
I do, so help me God.
Thank you very much. You've now been sworn in as a participant in the SJN hearings.
Mr. July.
Now, Mr. Leie, as you take the oath, there's a document in front of you, right? That document is your affidavit, right?
It is, yes.
Yes.
Yeah.
Now you have to respond.
Oh
because-
yeah, I'm not in my head. Yeah.
Yeah. So now, when you take this oath, it is also in respect of that document.
Okay.
Yes. Now, your affidavit, there's certain information that has been left out. If you go to page 8, particular paragraph 32, you'll see there's a dot there, paragraph 32. Also, dot went and had drinks.
Yeah.
With that, I'm told you decided to leave the name out because you don't have that person's permission to mention his name there. And the same with paragraph 33, is the same with paragraph 41 on page 10.
Yeah.
Right? So, because you did not mention their names in this affidavit, you are still not required to mention their names even when you talk.
Okay.
Yes. Now, your affidavit is structured according to the seasons, right? You give your background. You start by your Highveld Lions experience, which is 2010, 2011. You go to season 2014.
Yeah.
That's your T20 debut,
Yes.
right? Then you go to 2015. That's your Protito Bangladesh, right? 2016, that's your World Cup New Zealand.
Yeah.
Then 2017, 2018, you moved to nights and went to Caribbeans, right?
No, the Caribbean, I went from the Caribbean from 2015, 2016, and 2017.
Okay.
Yeah.
So 2018, you then joined Josie Stars.
Yes.
Yes. And then you make a conclusion.
Yes.
So I want you then to take us through, give us the details of those seasons and your experience throughout those seasons.
Yeah, what I wanted to say, Chair, firstly, before we touch the things on the affidavit, there's one or two points that I wanted to mention. That obviously I was busy with exams and stuff like that. So the things that I wrote in the affidavit, there's certain things that I think that might be important that I've left out. So I would like to mention that before we touch the affidavit first, if I be allowed the opportunity. Okay. The first one, if you see on the affidavit, the top left, I'm ambidextrous, so my hands, I don't know, top left, there was written LATN 140, basically the code for the affidavit. You can see right there, it says affidavit Eddie Leie. That's not my surname. It's Eddie Lee. So that one, it says Eddie Leie. So speaking about different person, yeah. Yeah. So that's the first option. That's the first thing that I want to take about. Secondly, when I sent the emails for the affidavit, there were attachments to it. Okay, we can refer them to annexures. So I beg chair if those can be part of the, because those that basically the evidence of some of the things that I talk about here. So I would like that to be part of the record if it pleases the commission. And then alternatively, I can send it to Werksman attorneys after it's up to the SJN what they want me to do with that. That's the second point. And the third one is that I would like maybe to sign the affidavit here before I leave. There's the third one. And the penultimate point will be that I just want to say that when we, because I don't understand, when we speak about here, and you're going to mention names of people in my affidavit, obviously we say white people or whatever it is, or whatever different color. I'm not saying all white people that they are bad. I'm not saying that all white people, they treated me with disdain. Then I go out there in the media, you see the whataboutism in terms of, but hey, I brought you my bed that day. Does it mean that I'm racist? It's not about those questions. It's about me mentioning what happened to me and my experiences here. So there's one point I want to, because I know it was a lot of media backlog was going to come in terms of saying that, yeah, but we treated you like this. I was on a max contract for 6 years. Never heard of a black player. So in cricket, we got what we call max contract. That's the max you can earn as a player. So I was on that for 6 years. So I don't want those things to come back to say, but you are the highest paid player, just as a way of using impenetrable optimism against me. So those are one of the things that I want to mention. And the last point, I was going to ask for 10 minutes or 5 minutes, but the last point I want to make is that about solutions, maybe it can be part of the recommendation. This goes to SACA, okay? What I've seen with SACA, there's never been one black African player that has went after their career and went and worked at SACA or employed by SACA. And the reason why I mentioned it, there's a lot of people that are learned, and I don't want to mention them, there's people that are learned that went to school, that have done that I feel like they can add value as the employees of SACA, in transforming the minds, basically, of black players in South Africa. Why am I saying this? We got now, I think, Stephen Cook, who's now representing the players as a whole for SACA. He's white, and there's nothing wrong with that. Stephen Cook is a nice guy, but the question is that, what does Stephen Cook know about me growing up in a shack and having to make what I am today? So the reason why I'm saying this is that I came to Joburg. I was given a bursary by Wits University to study education in 2009. That was my first degree in 2009. And my second degree was Bachelor of Honors. I'm Bachelor of Education Honors in that. And now I'm about to complete my LLB degree. I never had a contract since 2019, like a proper certain contract. I had a pay for play 2020 and 2021. So with that, I still live the same lifestyle, as in like I was on a max contract. I still drive the same car, still have the same properties and stuff like that. Why? Because of education. So we need a player that is a player of color or a black player to go and work for SACA and speak to some of the black players there in how to empower themselves. Because it's not enough to say that, yeah, but you have an opportunity for you to go and you have an opportunity to go study. It's there. They're not going to go there because I'll come from a family, for example, they'll say that I come from a family where no one cares about education. So why must I care? I'm lucky, Chair. My brother's got PhD, and my little brother got he passed his master's in actuarial science with a distinction. Now he's a 24-year-old in a PhD. So at home, education is a big thing in my family. That's why now I'm also on my third degree. So other people don't have that luxury, the black cricketers. And I'm afraid, Chair, that what's going to happen if this doesn't happen or we don't intervene in this, most of these black players, they're going to earn a salary, big salary in 3 years, and after they're going to go back to the township or where they come from. They're going to go back there and with nothing to show for their career. So SACA in transforming the mind of the players, I think that will work. And lastly, that's one of the things I wanted to say.
Just before you go to the next issue, the question was asked by Advocate Leie about the presidents. I don't know the structure, the operations of SACA.
Yeah.
But for the past 2 seasons, as I understand, 2 or 3 seasons, there have been black presidents of SACA. So what do you say about that?
Listen, my personal opinion, the black president, let's start with the first two presidents that, I'm not talking about Mpile Ramela, I'm talking about, there was Farhan Behardien who was a president, there's JP Dumni. All those guys, they are friends with most of the senior white players that were in the Proteas team, and they probably identify maybe with them than with black Africans. Those guys were presidents. So that's, if you look at probably more or less the same personalities, Farhan Behardien and JP Dumni. Then you get Mpile, who was the black president. And now I think it's Kaya Zondo. But the question is that those people, they're not in the day-to-day workings of SACA. They're just there for, I'll say, they're probably there maybe for political reasons or whatever that is, but they're not making an impact in making these kids to go to school. That's my cry, Chair. If there's anything that I want to achieve there, is that let's get these young black players in the system and convince them to go to school so that after cricket they can be able to maintain themselves. I saw that working with me. Chair, I'm not saying that I'm perfect. I've got a lot of faults. But I'm just saying, as a human being, but I'm just saying that school has given me a chance that I can still maintain the same lifestyle post maybe cricket, or when about towards the end of my career, that I can live the same lifestyle. I can still drive the same German sedan that I'll be driving. I can still live in the same suburbs because of I've got options, Chair. I've got options next year to go to pupillage, of which in Pabas I've applied for, or can become a conveyance and an attorney. Those are the options, Chair. And I feel like we need someone to speak to our black African players so that we don't sit here in the next 30 years. Thank you. That's all I want to say, to mention.
There was something, the last issue that we are going to refer to before I interjected.
Okay.
There was something that we are going to mention as the last point on your list.
Yes. My last point was that if you look at the 2015-2016 season, in Cricket South Africa, I've never seen a team like that. At the Lions team, we're the most transformed team that play on merit. At the Lions, okay. We used to play. I don't know what because I never really pay attention to these quota things because we always played on merit. As a player, I've never paid attention to those things because I played because I'm good enough. But I'm just saying that at the Lions we could play. I think it's 3 black players. I don't know, Chair, black African players. But at the Lions we used to play about sometimes 7, and we had a black coach in Jeff Toyana. You know. And also, let me just make these points come together with the one about SACA, about having a black person or a black African player. The guy who studied, can be anyone who has studied, who has educated, who can go and appeal to the black players. It's the same scenario with Jeff Toyana. Jeff Toyana could appeal to us as black players. Because if we hear in any testimony that we speak up, they speak about Jeff Toyana. One of the things is that he was like a father figure. You know, he understood us. Because Jeff Toyana has been on the trenches of cricket, like everyone else. And him being there, he understands when Eddie comes from a Protea tour in India, and Eddie said, how do I navigate around Eddie? How do I motivate Eddie to become his best? You know? And Jeff was good at that. I think SACA can really benefit in that, getting some of the African players to do the same. So, in conclusion, to say that we are the most transformed team in the country. We won trophies. We went to the, the Champions League. Lions went to the Champions League finals. Champions League is like a World Cup of clubs. It's like a Club World Cup soccer equivalent, and was coached by a black coach, which is just Jeff Toyana. And most of the players there were black. You know, and most of those players, if I can tell you where they are, Chair, I don't know where they are. Most of them, they're riddled by match fixing. And the ones that are probably at the end of their career, which is myself and Pangiso, why can't we use those players in the system? Why can't we use those players in the system to be able to take the next generation through? I was in Gauteng in pay for play. I stayed with some of the youngsters. One of the youngsters was seeing me reading my cases and stuff like that. And one of the youngsters came to me because he could see that I'm serious. And he says to me, can you please help me apply for my post-matric? I just failed my matric. I didn't even know that. So I helped the boy apply for his post-matric. The other one, he comes from a community, a colored boy, comes from a community where he's riddled by drugs, you know. But when they speak to him, because he's very, defensive, when they speak to him, he'll always pull back and they say, this boy is problematic, and that's one of the reasons he's problematic. And I spoke to him with love, and he says to me that, no, he comes from home where the community is riddled by drugs, and with that, his parents and his family, they always shout at him. So when you shout at him, he switches off. So you have to show him love. So I showed that boy love, and he became a better person. Now he is signed with one of the 8-team sections, and I'm glad with it. So we need people that are Black Africans. They can speak to the Black African players.
Yeah.
So we can touch the affidavit.
Yeah.
Now I'm happy with the things that I wanted to mention.
Oh yeah, no, it's good. It's good, to speak from the heart, and then we can go through the affidavit, and you know. Yeah, now, where do you want to start when you go through the affidavit? Now that you have given us some background. I'm interested in what you say in paragraph 4, but you know what you want to highlight. The affidavit being your guide.
Yeah.
Do you want to talk about your
Oh,
first?
you want me to talk about that?
Yes.
Oh, okay. This was for me. This was happy. I remember I sent emails to the SACA PDM. Her name is Mary Jane Hubel, and I was so excited about this trip because it was my first overseas trip.
Yes.
And going to a first overseas trip is exciting for everyone.
Yes.
It was India camp in Bangalore, very hot there in Bangalore, and if you're a spinner like myself, you want to go to India. India is like our home as spinners. So we went there, and then very nice trip. But the issue is that when we got there, what was really peculiar to me was the sleeping arrangements of players. So the hotel room was almost like a bachelor setup. That's why it's not like a bedroom where you have a separate bedroom. It's like a bachelor setup. There's one bed, but 4 of us slept in that particular room. I think the hotel also added some mattresses in there, and if my memory serves me well, Chair, I think the person that I shared with was Gran Mukwena, Tumelo Bodibe, and Mangaliso Bosetle. Those are, I think, the players that I shared the room with there at the camp. The sleeping arrangements were very. I think that's probably one of the things there. And also, I remember we were making a joke talking about Saba. Saba means it's almost like a joke saying that it's still persistent a joke today. It's like a formation of black players, but a SACA of black players called Saba. So we're just saying it so that we can, because we're just not happy about the arrangements there. So, yeah, and I think also we're getting 3 meals at the hotel, but I think we're excited. Maybe we're gonna get maybe $200 or $100. I don't know, just to spend whatever. But that time, because we were eating at the hotel, they were scared for us to go eat outside because obviously all things that happen in India. And then, and we got about $50, I think, for 7 days, or whatever days we were there, Chair. I can't remember the days, but that's the whole thing about the trip, the sleeping arrangements.
And then the 2014 season.
2014 season, Chair. That's my breakthrough season, to be honest, in terms of the professional season. That was my breakthrough season. I think we got a lot of people that are representing Proteas in the team. We got Imran Tahir, we got Aaron Pangiso, and also because our team was doing so well at the Champions League that they went to the finals, there was a buzz around our camp at the Lions. So if you get selected from a B's team, from B team to first team, if you get selected to the A team, you become really excited because you go into a team of elites, you know, of superstars, to say at the time. And I was happy to be in that team because I think the 2 seasons before I did well. I think I had 100 first-class seasons in 2 seasons. I think it was 100. If I'm not sure, it can be 90-something, but it's around close to 100. And with one of the seasons there, I took 54 wickets in one season. That's a lot. So I got my chance to go to the Lions, and we played in the Ram Slam of 2014. And in the 2014, it was very nice because we had international superstars in that Ram Slam. We had Chris Gayle, we had Andre Russell, we had Dwayne Bravo, we had Karen Pollard. These people are the World Cup champions or the World Cup champions from West Indies. So they were here, and there was a buzz in that tournament. And then, I was lucky, thank God, that I was able to take all of those players out in the tournament. I think that set almost like from the media, that set up a spark in me that I must be washed to go to the Proteas. I ended up being nominated for Ram Slam of the Year, 2014 season, which is almost like player of the tournament. I think SACA I got player of the year T20 because the SACA, they got their own, their own MVP, so to say. So I was #1 for that, so I won that award. And then Kieran Pollard took the one at the awards. We were very, very close. I was not a black player, a bowler, because I don't believe in this concept of black excellence, because for me it's just another way of discriminating black people against themselves. I was the best bowler in the tournament, and not a spin bowler, not a leg spin bowler, but a bowler, because I had the best average, and I was, I think I was tied first in wicket taker, and I had the best economy in that competition. So my selection for the Proteas was on merit.
But you were designated as a spin bowler, or could you bowl both as a spin bowler or as a fast bowler?
In professional cricket, okay, there's roles, there's different roles. So if you're a fast bowler, you're a fast bowler, right? If you're a spin bowler, you're a spin bowler, a specialty. And the example that I can give of this is the same as if you're a goalkeeper, you're a goalkeeper. If you're a striker, you're a striker. If you're a defender, you're a defender. So cricket is the same, it's got positions. But for me, I'm a spin bowler, and spin bowler, there's 2 types of spin bowlers. There's an off spinner, and there's a leg spinner, which is a wrist spinner, and you get fast bowlers and you get medium pacers. So me, I'm a leg spinner. I'm speaking like a teacher.
Yeah, man.
Yes. So what happened is that in 2014 season, it was really good. I enjoyed that tournament, and I made a lot of friends from the Caribbean. I mean, not everyone can say they've been to Chris Gale's house. I've been to Kim Gale's house, I've been to Marlon Samuel's house, and these guys are still my friends up to today, and we still communicate. Darren Sem was in that thing as well, in that thingy. That's the guy who actually picked me up for the Caribbean Premier League, Skipper Semi. I played for his native country, they called St. Lucia. I was there for 3 years. So he picked me up in the tournament. And I don't know if I can refer to this. You know how I got picked up in 2015 for the Caribbean Premier League? Chris Gale, because I'm very close to him, I was close to Chris Gale. Chris Gale called me to say that
Chris Gale is the tall bowler.
Batsman. He's a tall batsman.
Yeah,
he's a world superstar. He called me. He was our international. He was an international overseas player for the Lions at that season when we had the world superstars. And then we had a very good relationship from there. And then he called me to say that Darren Semi wanted a spin bowler because Shakib Al Hassan pulled out. And Shakib Al Hassan pulled out, and then I have to replace him for the same amount. You know, that time I think at the Lions I was earning, how much was I earning at the Lions, guys? I think I was still low, man. I was probably earning about 15,500. I can mention it. So I was earning that. But at the Caribbean, I got way more than that, even 3 times that worth, for 6 weeks. For me, I was happy with that, that I could actually buy myself a property.
Yes. Then you get appointed to selected for the Proteas. That's your 2015 season.
Yes, sir.
Yes. You have a lot to say about that season. Yes.
Yeah. The buzz in my community. Oh, guys. I'm not shy to say that I grew up in a two-room house. Is it a two-room extended by a shack? I don't know if you know the concept I'm talking about. Yeah. So those old RDP house from apartheid days, those are the... those RDP house from apartheid days. But because in the same house, my family, my grandmother's house is where you have about 3-4 generations living in the same house. So it was like almost like 15 of us living in that house. So we had to extend it with a shack to accommodate others there. So for me, it was a dream come true, for me to get selected for the Proteas. Not only that, I'm obsessed with hard work. I work really hard. Even all the coaches, they say that you are the most hardworking cricketer we've ever seen. So I worked hard. So for me to go to the Proteas, it was a dream come true. I was really, really happy with that, and I was never going to let that opportunity slide. You know, because it had the ability to change not only my life, but the life of my family and the life of my community. And also, so it changed my little brother's life, where I had to help out paying his varsity fees and, you know, and getting him. And now he's doing PhD. I mean, the guy got actual science. He's a nerd. He knows that. I call him that, yeah. So I'm just glad that I got that opportunity, and with the chances that I got, and this 2015 season, it brought a lot of things. I was sponsored by New Balance again. New Balance sponsored me for 6 years. I've never heard of that. You know, I had a good relationship with New Balance. They sponsored me for 6 years. Even now, I still get stuff from them. So New Balance was really, 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 really good.
What is New Balance?
New Balance is a brand. It's like your Nike. It's like your your Adidas. So they sponsored me for 6 years. The first things that I got from New Balance, when they gave me the first pairs of shoes, I got about 15 pairs of shoes and spikes. I've never seen that. There's a charity organization that we're running at home called Ikageng Fun Run, where the whole community, where I'm from, the township in Ikageng, they all run. So we get this annual running event. So we did that, and I asked New Balance to sponsor that event that year, and they did give me some stuff for the thing, and I'm really thankful for them. They've been really good to me. And with that, I also was able to help. It's a well-known thing around the guys around that. All the things that I got from New Balance, some will be left over. Like last year, I think I gave about 60 pairs of shoes from New Balance that were packed up. I give, even in Bloemfontein, there's a guy, Pablo, who didn't have a cricket kit and he's an opening batsman. I gave him a cricket kit. Now at Northerns, where I was now this season, some kid was going to a tournament and he didn't even have shoes, And I said, you know what? After 10, wait for me, and we went to my house and to the flat that I was staying in at the time, and I gave him about 2 pairs of shoes for him to go on tour. And you know, I have been, you know, this season, it's because of this season that I was able to give back and make impact in all these kids' lives. Most of them being black cricketers.
How was it contributing? Why do you remember this season? Or what you say it was?
This season I played, I've even got a tattoo of it here. I played for South Africa, and when I played for South Africa, I was man of the match in my first game for the Proteas. It was proper. You know, that day, if I remember it correctly, man, you know, I had 15 stitches on my foot, by the way, on that game.
On your foot?
My foot, my foot was cut. I was at the Caribbean. It was Kevin Peterson's birthday, and one of the players, because they were jumping on the pier, we were on the sea, so we're jumping into the pier, from the pier into the sea, and I didn't want to jump, and one of the players pushed me just playing. He's one of my good friends, Justin Charles, and then I hurt my leg, and when I hurt my leg was cut, and I went to the hospital, and I had about 15, actually, the doctor said to me, after 15 stitches, she stopped counting. So it could be more. And then from there, a day later, I was supposed to go meet the Proteas in Bangladesh from the Caribbean. So I met them there, and I had those stitches. I had to play with the shin guard. You know the shin guard that they use in soccer? I played my first game with that. And then, so...
Oh, you still played in spite of your surgery?
Yes, I did play. Because the physio at the Caribbean told me we must play it down. We mustn't tell South Africa that my leg is whatever. Because I want to play, I must just go there and say that, no, I'm fine. So I did that, bit the bullet, and we went, and I became man of the match in that game.
Stitches and all.
Stitches and all.
Eddie, can you tell us more about, in your paragraph 11, where you talk about the T20 overmatch?
Okay, the T20 overmatch is that every bowler gets allocated four overs in every T20 match. So when you get allocated 4 overs as a player, that's what you get. But this particular game, Che, I was in the middle period. I would say, I don't want to say the word dominated because I don't want to be seen as like I'm conceited. I did well. Me and Pangi, sorry, we call him Pango. Well, we always dominated the middle period. And that game was no different. He took 3, I took 3. We took 6 wickets. So out of 10 wickets, me and Pangi, we took 3 as spin twins, and we dominated that game in the middle period. But I bowled 3 overs. So what I'm saying is that I felt, and I always said this, I felt that because at the time I still had 1 over left. So with that 1 over left, there were tail enders betting. Tail enders are people that bet maybe right at the bottom, number 9, 10, 11. They're not as good as the upper order batsmen. So as a spinner, it's easy to get them out. So I thought maybe if I had the opportunity to bowl that extra over, I would have taken 5 wickets, and that would have changed the trajectory of my career forever. But that didn't happen, because even the media, when we went to the press conference with the captain with Faf du Plessis as my captain at the time, we went to the press conference, and the media asked him the same question: why didn't Eddie finish? To which he answered that no, I didn't want him to finish because I felt like we should finish the game off. But for me at the time, I thought to myself, finishing the game off, I mean, like, I'm well known for cleaning up the tail as well. And there was tail enders betting. I think I could have probably cleaned them up, but you know, at the end of the day, the captain takes the decisions of the team. But I felt like I could have finished my spell there. But anyway, all in all, 3 overs made me man of the match, so it's all good.
Yes.
And then you go to paragraph 13. Now things is, you were expecting to be played to start, and you did not.
Yeah.
Can you explain that one?
Yeah. There's so many things about this paragraph. So, one of the answers, I got them in this, with the glimpses that I saw, because I said last week I was so busy, I probably slept 12 hours because of exams. But one of the glimpses that I caught of Pangi's testimony probably gave me at least a little bit of healing in terms of this paragraph that I could understand. But I didn't have those answers for the last 6 years, and that will become clearer as I go on. What happened in this in this tour? So now you're expecting that, okay, you are man of the match. When you are man of the match this game, you're expecting the next game automatically you will start. You know, and I didn't ask those questions at the time because I wouldn't care. Me, I just love cricket. I just want to play. But then that time you couldn't ask questions because you don't want to seem like you're a man of the match. And then this guy is consistent. He thinks he knows. He conceited and he thinks he knows. And if you do that, you're out of the system. I was very much aware of the areas that you're not supposed to touch as a player, as a black player at the time. So anyway, then I was also reluctant in the tour to ask questions regarding what's going to happen with the tour, because when we were there, I think New Zealand landed while we were in Bangladesh, so here. And then Cricket South Africa announced that I'll be part of the one-day squad day, because I was only there for the T20s. Because I did so well in the last game, then they said I'll automatically, in behalf of the thingy, I'm part of the one-day squad. So I was like, oh, okay. So I was there with the one-day squad, and then New Zealand, I didn't start. Okay, fine. And then I couldn't pay attention much because that game I think Pangi played in Durban. But now here's the trick: Pangi became man of the match in the game in Durban, because when we are leaving Bangladesh after this tour, because I wanted to ask that, guys, I just got selected for SAA again, South African A side, we're going to India, but now New Zealand is here in South Africa, so where am I going? Am I going to India? I just played here, or I'm still in the Protea squad? What's going on? To which Dr. Musaji, who was team manager at the time, said to me, Eddie Bona, we're gonna go to, I'll let you know later, or I'll let you know in the plane about what's gonna happen in the New Zealand series. And he kept his promise. He told me in the plane that, Eddie, we're gonna go to New Zealand, Pangi's gonna play 1, and you're gonna play 1. That's what he said, exact words verbatim. And I can remember in the plane, because I have a good memory, I can remember in the plane that vividly, because that time of the year, it was around July, I think, and it was Ramadan. I think Muslim players were fasting. And that's after they broke the fast, him and Farhan Bayardin. And then he told me, no, Panky will play one, you'll play one. So I'm like, okay, fine. So we go there to Durban. I went first to India with SAA, and then I met the team in Durban. And then Panky played one, but Panky became man of the match. And I was man of the match. Now that means that now going to the second game of the T20 series, we have to go to Centurion. Going to Centurion, guess what? You have to play 2 spinners. And Centurion is not a place that's conducive for spinners. You know, you rather maybe fast bowlers, maybe play 1 spinner there. But now you have to play 2 spinners because Panky is man of the match. And also in 2015 World Cup, you didn't play him, so you kind of like have to reward him, you know, to show faith in him again. And then he played, and Panky's very good spinner. He's like a professional brother to me. It's like in cricket, it's like my older brother in cricket. I like the guy. And then Panky, then we played together in Centurion, which I think that we could have played together in Durban. Because in Durban, I come from form of man of the match. Not only that, it's a pitch that suits us as spinners. It's a spinner's pitch in Durban. So, but they played him, and then we went to Centurion, and then we played together. We lost that game, right? And now there's still a dilemma there that South Africa had to deal with at the time. Eddie, man of the match, Panky, man of the match. We didn't play him at the World Cup, so yes, are 2 spinners. And also you have Imran Tahir. So now there's 3 spinners we need to deal with. Now after that came the tour of India. So in the tour of India, we got 3 spinners. And they're all on merit. Panky So, Eddie Leie, Imran Tahir. But then what they chose to do is that they dropped Panky. So Panky didn't come with us to India for the T20 leg. He came with us to India for the 50 over, and then I was there for the T20 leg only, to which we didn't play. And that's the same tour I refer as Kaya Zondo debacle, because everyone knows what happened to Kaya Zondo, the tour. So, yeah, so that's what happened there in India. And in the T20 series in India, obviously we end up not playing a game. I didn't play a game in the T20 series in India. And then, yeah, and that was my last Proteas tour or appearance or anything like that.
How many games were played in the tour? In
3.
the Indian tour, in which you didn't play a single game?
3, Chair.
Mm-hmm.
Who was played in your place?
I wouldn't say my place, you know, because I didn't have any place there, or I didn't want a place. I'll say in the team, the person who played in my position, it's Imran Tahir came back and he played. And again, India, it's a heaven for spinners. So they could have played me and Imi there. You know, because the first game was in Dharamshala, where the Himalayas are. I remember that very well. We played in Dharamshala, and then the second game I can't remember was in Delhi or somewhere. I can't remember that. And then the 30-20 was in Calcutta. Okay, Chair. Let me put it this way: in Calcutta, right? We're supposed to. I think I was in the playing 11. Let me correct that. In Calcutta, I was on the playing 11, but in Calcutta the game got rained out, so we didn't play at all. So the first 2 T20s I didn't play because I was just thinking that before we play, they have to secure the series first, the Proteas, and then you get a chance. Because this was also told to me in Bangladesh that, oh, we're going to secure the series first, and then you'll play. Which is, I mean, I'm a youngster, I just came to the team. There's nothing wrong with that. I'll prove my point. Give me opportunity and I'll grab it. Was my attitude regarding that. And then, yeah, so the first 2 games we didn't play, and then the third one we were supposed to play in Calcutta. In Calcutta got rained out, and that means that I end up not playing a single game there.
Eddie, we just want you to take us through, you know, your experiences like carefully, you know, in a way that we can follow, and we want you to just feel free to talk about those experiences and the way that you felt, as you've stated, you know, in your first written submission, and as it was, you know, later translated into an affidavit. So we need to understand properly, you know, these allegations of discrimination that you're speaking about. So as you tell your stories, we want that to come out, right? Okay. So so now just to assist you going forward, can you then take us through, you know, the whole movement that, you know, that you speak about the drinks must fall, and just your feelings when you were not selected, to play, you know, yeah. So please go ahead.
Okay. So now, man, in this 2015 season, I mean, in the India tour, okay. So when you sit there, Chair, you look at the bench, you will see the most guys there, they're black players. That's the truth. That's not even a lie. We are all black players there. And I'm thinking, okay, fine. And then I came back from the India tour, so the guys stayed there for the 1 dayers. But I stayed a bit before we left. And then what Kaya Zondo thing happened, there was drinks must fall, Chair. You know? And for me, because I wanted to be number one in the world, you know, and I worked hard at it to become number one in the world, you know, I didn't want to be involved in the drinks must fall, Chair. And my brother advised me, said, Ed, you want to play, right? Don't get involved in that. So I didn't get involved in that. Even though we're doing all this, and I told them straight, guys, I'm not going to get involved in that. I wanted to play, you know.
What didn't you want to get involved in? Can you just explain that?
You're gonna get ostracized. It's there. It's, you know, you're gonna get ostracized, and they're gonna deal with you decisively if that happens. You know, they're gonna see you as a problem. And there's two things that happens in cricket, you know, and that's what I've seen. One, if you have stats to back, if you have the statistics of which I have to back it up to say that you are there on merit, whatever. They look at other things. They look at your personality. That this guy. He's a loose cannon, or he's hard to manage, or he's a problem, he's this, that's number one. But now, if you're not that guy or whatever, you don't have a strong personality, but you have the stats. I mean, you don't have the stats, they come back, they bring the stats. And that's the excuse they made for Kaya Zondo. They said that, no, Kaya Zondo, why is he there in India? Because he didn't perform. I mean, his stats are this and this. That guy was doing well in South Africa at the time. So the discrimination was so bad that, you know, I remember, especially on this tour, all right? I think there was a rugby game that year. The rugby game was South Africa playing against England, if I'm not mistaken, Chair. So, so they wanted the team to go watch the match. I couldn't go to that match. So I remember that match very well, because that's a match where Kagiso Rabat and some other youngster, they had to do the pre-match, you know, the pre-match, I don't know what you call this. You know how commentators do before the match, like pre-match thing about the match and how it's going to happen. So Kagiso has to do that. I didn't attend that. And one of the senior players, I don't want to mention the name, one of the senior players, that was white, said to me that, because they made this defined system, that there's a fine system that if you're late or whatever, you're going to be fine. So I didn't go to that. And the reason why I didn't go to that was my daughter's birthday. And the time zones are different. So what they did is that he said I must be fine because I didn't come watch the rugby match, you know. And for me, I was like, it is what it is. So discrimination was very rife, guys, especially here, especially that, you know, what if I don't like rugby? What if I don't want to watch rugby? Now you must go there just because of most of the white players like that rugby or whatever, then you must be there. You know, there's certain things there's lots of cultural differences in the team. And the one that comes to the fore, especially in the Proteas at the time, is the Afrikaans culture. And then if you don't conform to that, then it'll be something like you don't fit in the team, you don't fit in the system, and you get out of the system, you know. So those are one of the things that we experience there. But for me, getting an explanation of why I was taken to India when I asked Hussein Manak, I think he's running for director of cricket or whatever it is. I asked this guy that why I was taken to India. The explanation to me, Chair, was that to get used to the crowd. I mean, tell me, how I played in the Caribbean where there was full capacity in St. Lucia. I played in Trinidad and Tobago where there was full capacity, close to 30,000 people, close to 20,000 people. I played in Bangladesh, close to 40,000 people, even in warm-up matches. And now you tell me 3 tours later that you took me to India to get used to the crowd. For me, it didn't make sense. And I didn't get an explanation from the team or anyone else. This is what Hussein Manak told me. Because Hussein Manak was selected the Lions when I was there. So I thought maybe I'll be close to him to tell me. But when he said that, I lost trust in the system. I remember I've got a garden there in my house, Chair. When I got that call, I think after this Indian tour, when I got that call that I'm not going to go to the World Cup, it shattered me. I was taking the phone in the garden, and I remember just laying there. I probably lay there for 30 minutes, Chair, heart bleeding. You know, why am I not selected? Was anything wrong? If I played and I did dismally in these games, I would understand. But then my strike rate is 9 for the Proteas. My average is 12. So if you go to any cricket loving person or any person who understands cricket and you say to them, hey, what's your name? Now I'm Eddie. 40 years later, maybe you say, yeah, what's your name? My name is Eddie. What do you know? I played for South Africa. Really? Yes. What's my strike rate? 9. My average is 12. It's like, how many games did you play? That's the first question they're gonna ask, because that's a very good strike rate. I didn't get the opportunity because of that, and I never really got an explanation because of that. Che, I feel like myself as Eddie, I represented the Proteas more in activations than on the field. Because if you look at activations, we are there, Che. Mini cricket, what against school, mini cricket kids, we there. Oh, there's a culture camp that we had actually in 2016. Culture camp, we are there. You know, what else? All of these small nitty-gritty things, we are there. But when it comes to the thing, you are discriminated. And if you really see this activation, it's black guys. It's black players or players of color. They always do the activation.
What are activations?
So activations is basically like sponsors work. So what you do is that you look at KFC. It sponsored the mini cricket. So they'll say that there's a mini cricket kids versus Proteas to play against them a game. So I did that in Boxburg, and I did one at Dutra in Eastern Cape. And there was a culture camp, the Proteas camp, where they have to talk about Protea fire or whatever it is that we had in Randburg. Hey, the experience in that camp was right. People were crying there, Che. Guess what they were crying about? Racism, discrimination. So, yeah, so that's one of the things. So for me, this India tour, I thought maybe I'll get a chance at the World Cup because I didn't play there in India or whatever. Or maybe I'll get a tour or whatever, but then that was my last tour for the Proteas. And this made me think there's something wrong with me, Che. I really thought there was something wrong with me. You know, to a point where you go to, you know, if you want to be number one in the world so bad, or you want to play for South Africa so bad, Che, you want any opportunity that they give you to play, you want to take it. So now at the Lions, when I had a hamstring injury, and then I got dropped for 2 or 3 games to go play amateur or whatever. I was not happy with that, because for me it's like they're messing up my chances of going back to the Proteas. But now that was not the case. Proteas, we were discriminated on the basis of color, or you know, because why I'm saying that, if you look at the bench, you look, people that are sit out is black players. It's black for black. You know, how can you say that in Durban, which favors the spinners, that you play Eddie Lee, you know, Bangi will play one, you'll play one. In Durban, where you can play both of us, and where it was proven that in Bangladesh, the tour before, we dominated. We took 6 wickets. We dominated that middle period, me and Pangi. But then we're not good enough to play in Durban, and then that's what happens.
Eddie, were your grievances about this Indian tour part of the report that was led by the task team with Advocate Arendse?
I don't even remember there was anything about the task team or whatever. That means no, I was never part of that.
So when you say you didn't participate in the Drinks Must Fall movement, what was that about? What was that about?
The Drinks Must Fall was that, like I said again, if you look at the bench, it's what? Black players. So black players is the only players that were carrying drinks. So now they want the Drinks Must Fall, that black players must stop taking drinks. And that was based on Kaya Zondo issue, that he was on tour, and instead of him playing, being a like player with JP Dumley, who got injured, and he was on tour in India, they flew someone else. They flew someone else into India to play, and Kaya didn't play. Let me tell you, you know, me and Kaya Zondo, we're very close, eh? Me and that guy, we're very close. But when this happened, I saw, I don't know, I'm not a metaphysical expert, but you know, it's like seeing someone's souls leaving the body. That's what I saw with this guy. This thing killed this guy. You know, this thing killed this guy. And also after that, I think he was ostracized in the Proteas. He was never part of the Proteas setup for a while. But him being the player that he is, when he played against Titans, of which most Proteas played, he made sure that season he scored 100 against them. He made sure against that. And that's what happened. It was sad to see a friend of mine, Ezra, who was close to me, going through that. That's where the Drinks Must Fall campaign came from, because of what happened to Kaya Zondo. Because what I remember clearly is Tamitso Lekile, as my captain at the Lions, saying that, Eddie, did you see what happened? I'm like, what happened? It's like, in this India tour, they didn't play Kaya. And this is, you know, words that I won't mention. This is this is bad, you know, but he said it with other words. Yeah, so, and then they started the Drink Smart's fault. Chair, there's other things that will come to mind that will come even clearer as we speak, because
Before you go ahead, Eddie, I just want to understand from your understanding, what was the reason that you were not selected? And that's in terms of your paragraph 17, when you say, in this Indian tour, I ended up not playing a single game. What do you think was the reason that you were not selected to play a single game?
First of all, before we go, what's the reason? Let's say what's not the reason first. I was down merit, guys. Stats, it cannot be the reason why I was not playing. You know? But the fact that I feel, for me, I don't want to say, because the fact that most of the people that don't get game time in the Proteas were the people of my skin color, you can only come to that conclusion that maybe that's the reason why I'm not playing. I know now they're going to come here and say that, no, it's because that, no, we had Imran Terry or whatever. It's India. You can play both of us, me and Imran Terry. If not that, then how do you explain the 2016 scenario? If you say to me that, no, because we had Imran Terry, how do you explain the 2016 situation where in the 2016, the Caribbean Tour, they selected Shamsi. Shamsi was not the best spinner in South Africa at the time. Now he's number one in the world. They stuck with him, and I'm happy for him. I like Shamsi. I played with him now at the Titans. But at the time, was never the best spinner. It's there on the stats. The stats are there. He was never the best player in the country, the best spin bowler in the country, for him to take him to the Caribbean. 2016, I think it's there in my annexures. I think I was number, let me just check to clarify. I think I was number 5 or something, or in the stats. If I can find it. No,
okay.
yeah, it's cut it. But it's on the thing, it's on the 2016 stats. So if you can just allow me the opportunity to find this thing.
Okay.
Because I can see on these annexures that they cut the bits, they're not really sure. So I'm just looking at the emails that we had, that I sent. You can come back to that, Chair, but
Yes.
you can come back to that. But in that annexure in the 2016 season, I think I was number 5 in the country in the T20s. And if you look there, Shams is nowhere to be found. I don't think he's there. You know? Yes, they relied on them. They did that, and they stayed with them, and I'm glad that they did, because we need wrist spinners in this country, leg spinners like myself. And I'm glad they stuck with him, but now he's number 1 in the world. But that 2016 tour, what they did is that they took Shamsi there. And you know how I found out, Che? I found out by, I took my shirts to get framed. So when I took my shirts to get framed there at, there's a sports shop there at the Wanderers Cricket Stadium. So the sports shop, I went there, and I went to frame my shirts. And the guy says, the sports shop has a franchise also at the sports shop in Pretoria, Che. I'm trying to make this. So there's a sports shop there. So the guy, that time, he worked at the sports shop in Pretoria, because it's the same franchise with the one in Johannesburg. So when he went there, he says, Shamsi came to get this back and asked him where he's going, and he said he's going to the Caribbean because he's been selected by the Proteas. So I didn't know that. I'm like, okay, that means I'm out of the system then, you know? Then I was like, okay, fine. But that makes sense, because at the time, Hashim Amla was a captain. Maybe they were looking to play more Indians in the Protea side at the time. I don't know, Che. That's another story. But then, so they selected Shamsi there. So now I asked Linda Zondi. I'm like, Linda, am I in the Protea setup or am I out of the Protea setup? So I just want to know, you know, for my own sake. And Ndazondi didn't, well, I can't remember the answer that he gave me, but what I know is that weeks later, he called me to say that I'm a standby for the tour after I asked him. Of which I have to send my passport to Cricket South Africa to become standby for the tour, you know. And then I sent my passport, but after that, well, I didn't go to the tour because they didn't need me in any case. So the question cannot be that Imran Tahiri was there, you know, because I could have had another opportunity by going to that tour of the Caribbean. Since I played there in 2015, I could have another opportunity, but they took someone else. Not me. So the question is, Jay, you know, these things, they affect you personally and emotionally. I'll tell you why. Because you think there's something wrong with you. There's something wrong with my personality. Or the question like my mother asked me, Eddie, it's because that we are poor. I'm asked the mom, why do you even say that? It's like, no, you're friends. I was very close friends with one of the Protea captain now, the one day, Temba and Kahiso. I was very close friends with them because my mother knows them, and these guys, they come from good schools and they come from good families. You know, or maybe I'll say maybe wealthy families. So my mother was thinking maybe you have to that is a qualification to play for the Proteas. And at the time I was excluded from the team. I didn't even play. But then they took me to the culture camp. Like I told you, we represent them more in outside the field than in the field. So they took me to the culture camp, and then yeah, I never saw Proteas colors again or games.
Did you take it up with anyone, Eddie? Is there, like, would you, with all these grievances, would you complain to anyone, to anybody?
Guys, the only way you can, it's tough, guys, to complain to everybody because you can't trust anyone in cricket circles. We had 6 franchises, which is 6 teams, and people are close knit. And when they are close knit, like those 6 franchises or whatever, if you say something to someone, if you dropped it to someone or say you're concerned, I'll tell you now, 9 out of 10 times the whole franchises will know. And it will end up on the wrong ears, and they'll find a way to deal with you decisively, as it will be evident later what happened to me. They'll go and they'll deal with you decisively, guys, you know. And check, I don't want to impose my other things. One of the things that I want to say is that we must realize that there's a white rage and there's a black rage. Our black rage is very loud. It's there in the streets. It's there fighting. It's there being loud. That's our black rage. It's being loud. But the white rage is quiet. The white rage is there in the school boards, in the cricket boards, in the captaincy, in the decision making as CEOs, as stuff like that. There's the white rage. It's silent. It's quiet. But our rage is there in the streets and nothing happens. But white rage is there in the gatekeepers, in the boardrooms, in the decision making, in the teams core groups or whatever it is. That's where the white rage is. And that and if you complain, the white rage at the gatekeepers are gonna hear this, and I'm telling you, 10 out of 10 times that will be done with your career. So for me, even if I wanted to say them, I could say them to my brother, my older brother, who's my mentor. I can say them to other people. And I did say it to Hussein because I thought I could trust him. Which later I realized I can't trust Hussein Malak. You know, because this guy, I was telling him, he told me I went to India, but at the same time on the side, he's pushing for Samsu to play for South Africa. You know, so for me, it was really sad. I couldn't say it to anyone. So I died a silent death, guys. You know, and the only thing I could do there was to come hard at myself, to make sure I train hard. If I don't do things like I said in my affidavit, sometimes I'll mama be under my breath to say, Eddie, this is why they're not selecting you in the Proteas, because you're becoming hard because you want to go back there. But now it became evident that these people, they don't like me because of my color. I'm telling you right now, if I was white, and I say this on record, I would have played more games for the Proteas. And I'll give you an example. There's a guy called Adil Rashid. England came here into South Africa, England Lions, which is like the B team of England. They came to play against all the guys that were in the England Lions, the England B team. They're now World Cup winners of England. They played for England. All of them. Besto, Adil Rashid, all of those guys, Roy, we played against those guys. Adil Rashid played this game, but I had a better start than Adil Rashid international cricket. I was man of the match the first game. But when I was sitting last year watching the game, England when I was here, Adil Rashid played 100 games, guys, for England in 1 day. But we started at the same time, and I was there at the couch looking at him play. You know, so for me that was sad, Che. You know what I'm saying? And this is, to be honest, I was also reluctant for me. So as you, for me, so you will see me together that with me, I was reluctant to submit this. I was very reluctant because of if my mother didn't say, Manaki, just go, man, and tell your story, you know what I'm saying? You know, just say it, you know. I'm doing this for my mother. For me, I don't want to do this because I'm just tired of cricket and its politics and being ostracized. And then when you try to find a solution, you go back into that dark hole. I don't want to go there. You know what I'm saying? I did well for me to be where I am now, outside cricket, and I would like it to keep it that way. And I know there will be backlog of this, hey, this, but I'm not scared of them. I'll defend myself, you know. So for me, that's why I was very reluctant with this chair. Chair, I wish this SJN was using the commission. It was, I don't know if it's governed by the provisions of the Commission Act. If it was governed by the provisions of the Commissions Act, then it would be interesting because now you would summon people that don't want to appear because they don't want to risk their career. Now you would summon them to come here. And when you summon them to come here, they will tell the truth. Then you will have probably a much better and a much comprehensive report than you will have now with people coming as volunteers. So that's just what I think.
Well, we'll see. But I take your point. I take your point. Yeah.
So before you move on then, Eddie, you speak about like financial losses or the financial implications of, you know, not being selected to play and not getting, you know, match fees and so forth. Can you just take us through that before you move on?
Yeah. I read something on the side. One of the things that I read long ago, it says that if you, and I'll make this make sense. They say, if you fight the system will get your own brothers to fight you. So I mentioned this in an interview with some radio in Northwest, that this is how much I got. Actually, it was about, I don't know this, but I think it was about 9,000 Rand, the whole tour of India. You know, I said it was about 9,000 Rand. And one of the guys who was my friend went out and in front of other teammates, he says, no, I'm talking shit, something like that. So I'm saying, how am I talking that if that's the experience that I had? And then Panky came and he said it last week, and I say it again. In the rooms, cricketers like money. I mean, they talk about money. So you'll hear, no, at this toe, it's going to be lucrative. Because if you win the series, you get series bonuses. So series bonuses, maybe the team gets, let's say 1 million for winning the series, they share it, you know? So from there you get, maybe you can, out of tour, you can get 300,000 or whatever, depending where the series is. But this is India. We won the one-day series. We won the T20 series. You know, so there's money there. So if you're not playing, you're not going to get any of that money. And most of the players that are playing wear black. So for me, you'll hear in the rooms, you know, cricket black talking about all these things. Because let me tell you, cricket, or sportsmen in general, we are creatures wrestling with prejudices. That's what we are. So we are very biased, you know, and we're egotistic as well. So you hear, no, I'm getting this, I'm getting this, I'm getting that. So you can hear this, man, when you're in the tour, like, oh, they're getting 300, we're getting this, we're getting this. But when they come 9,000, now they're going to come and defend this and say, no, but you're in a high-performance contract. A high-performance contract, you know what it is? It's a top-up. So that means if you're getting 600,000 a year, they give you 50,000 Rand extra. And the reason why they did that is because SAA, South African A side, which is B team of the Proteas, you don't get enough, you're not getting match fees. So I went and I spoke about this to SACA. Why are we not getting match fees? I'd rather go to the Caribbean, where I'm going to get maybe 30,000 US dollars, 40,000 US dollars in 6 weeks, than going to Australia with the national team, with the South African A side team, and not get match fees and get 50,000 Rand that we get as your topper. You know, the question is that if you don't play, you are financially thing. And what happens is that in South Africa, SACA pays you according to the number of games that you played. So now, they give you money pro rata. Your bonuses for SACA, they are pro rata, according to the number of games you played. Now I'm in the Proteas, I'm not playing there, I'm not getting money, I'm not getting match fees. This side, I'm losing what? Pro rata. Because also, I'm losing on getting my full money here for the Proteas from SACA, because I'm not playing this side, I'm not playing that side. So now, basically, I'm losing money playing for Proteas. You know, and that what it was. You know, someone can come and show me the contrary, and we can debate this all day, all long. But that's what happened to me, and that's the experiences that me as Eddie Leie, I had in the Protea setup. I came on the tour, I look at my pay slip, I probably got after tax, there was 9,000 or whatever. You can take 12,500 divided by 4 players on the bench. I don't know how much it's about 3.5 or whatever. And 3.5 times 3, that's 369. I don't even know we got a match fees on the last game because it got rained out. I'm not sure about that. I don't think we got match fees because the game didn't finish. And then after tax, I'll say max, I got 9,000 before tax. That's what I got. If they want, we can go to Cricket South Africa and look at their financial, whatever, how much I got and how other players got and compare that. And that is the truth. You know? So in my affidavit, I mentioned that it's 3,000 or more. It could be 100,000, but the point this paragraph 17 is trying to mention is basically trying to say that they definitely got way more than us, you know? And people can say, but Eddie, no, you only playing T20s. No, the thing is, if I play T20s and I did well in India, like Bangladesh, they kept me for the ODI series. Maybe they could have kept me for the ODI series if I had opportunity to play, but I didn't get a chance to show them that I can do that, so that I can get into ODI series. Maybe I could have cleared maybe this 300 or maybe 600, who knows, or go to the World Cup, of which is big money, because World Cup, just by appearing, check, you get close to $1 million, just by being on the plane, check, you get million. You know, imagine if I went to this Indian tour, I got a chance to play here, which favors the spinners of my caliber. Imagine if I got a chance to play here. I do well. Maybe I'm there for the one-day series chair. Maybe you get about, maybe out of the 600,000. After that chair, you go to the World Cup. That's financial losses. And you perform there, you go to IPL. Those are the questions that I asked myself over the years. That if I had an opportunity, where would my career be? Because my mother said this in Vanek chair. Basically, I'll be far in life. But far, I mean, she's saying, probably saying I would have played more games and whatever. This, we can talk about financial, other means chair of money. They mustn't say, no, this guy is better because of money. Guys, I have money. You know, they mustn't come here and try to do that. I'm just illustrating how this could have benefited me economically, you know. Not that I'm better, chair. I've got my own company called Leie Legacy, and also I'm also a director in a property company called Realum Estate, of which we own with 2 other players. So they mustn't come here and say, no, yeah, I'm not better at all, chair. I'm just telling my story that I've been blocked to tell it.
Can we proceed to 2016?
Okay.
That's when you were not selected in the World Cup, and what Barnes said to you.
Oh yeah, that's where Wilson Manak said to me that in 2016, the guy said to me, no, Ed, we took you there because we took you to India, that tour. Because I'm assuming, Chair, that if the World Cup is the next tour, I'm assuming that you will take people to India that are in the periphery or because of going to the World Cup. So I thought maybe I might be having a foot in here. Let me just get 1 or 2 games. If I played those 2 games, I didn't perform, fair enough. You know, but then I didn't get a chance, Che. If I perform, maybe let's say one of the games I become man of the match or something, you know, because throughout my career you will see I got a knack of becoming man of the match, Che. Like the reference I made is in the 2014 season. I think I became man of the match, bowler of the match 4 times in a row. 4 times in a row, Che. You know, I don't know if that has been done before.
Could it be that you were not played in 2015 to justify your exclusion in 2016? Because you didn't play. Had you played, you would have displayed your skill. Maybe you could have done the same thing that you did the year before in Bangladesh, which is taking 3 wickets.
Yeah,
so now we were not given that opportunity.
I was not given that opportunity.
In order to exclude you in the World Cup.
They excluded me there because no way you can. They excluded me in this thing. Hey, the World Cup. Yo, Chair, I wish I had a video. So I've got videos for these things, guys. I wish I had a video to show you the game after I got a call that I'm not going to the World Cup. What I did. Chair, if you look at my videos on YouTube, when I take a wicket, I celebrate. Chair, I run. You will see me on the field. I run to the other side of. That's me. But lots of energy, Chair. Like I run, Chair. You know, I celebrate. But that game. After I got a call, I never celebrated any of my wickets. Against Free State in Bloom, I never celebrated. I just took a wicket, kept quiet and sat there, whatever. Because I was disappointed. You know, that why didn't I go to the World Cup? I'm not saying that I deserve to go to the World Cup. Why did I get a chance to be given a chance to go to the World Cup? Because the World Cup, I think, was in New Zealand or whatever. But then it became clearer. I don't know, maybe that's the answer that I'm trying to give myself that, okay, if you're going to exclude also Pangi from the World Cup, because they took Panky. If they're going to exclude Panky from the World Cup, and the World Cup the year before, he didn't play a single game. And also the media and the political things were all over them. EFF particularly were all over for why Panky didn't play. I remember Mbuyiseni because he put Panky as a profile picture. Why didn't the guy play at the World Cup? So it was gonna be hard. So they had to take him to New Zealand regardless. You know, and Panky is a good player as well. So then they took him there. And then, yes, so many questions, Chair, again. I began questioning myself in 2016. In this, when I got excluded, that I got average of 9. I mean, a strike rate of 9. Average of 12. 2 games, 4 wickets. Why didn't they take me? What did I do wrong? And then, Chair, you can say, the other thing you can say, we didn't take this guy because of domestically was not doing well, which can be justified reason. But domestically, I came back. I took 5 for 15, Chair. It must be a record of some sort after I got excluded from the World Cup. As a spinner, to take 5 wickets, it's like scoring 100 runs, equivalent of scoring 100 runs in a T20 at the dead, 5 for 15. In the same season after I got excluded. And after that, in 2016, I took 5 for 30. In the same season, I took 5 as in 3 different competitions, in the T20 and in the List A, which is a 50-over competition. I took 5 wickets, 5 wickets. So now you're expecting, okay, maybe they'll give me a chance. Even after the World Cup, I'll get a chance to play. But instead, guess what they do? Like I told you, you represent Proteas more outside the field than inside the field. I got a call, hey, Eddie, guess what? You've been selected to go to India for spinners camp again. So now I'm sitting there, I'm like, okay, so now I get excluded from the World Cup. And now the reward that I get is that I'm going to a spinners camp. And I just had a good one-day season. These people are bankrupt. So what I did is that I decided to, then I had a call with Vincent Barnes.
So this camp, what was it designed to do? Training?
Training, Chair. It's a training camp. It's basically to say that we're giving you a skill. It's basically you train with the guys from India that are, like I told you, India's is spinners bowlers, is spin bowlers thing. So they took me there. You train there, Chair. Yeah, train. You in India camp, you train, Chair. I love training, so it's not a problem. You train from 8 in the morning till 5. That's what you do. And all you do is just bowl. And the Bangalore sun is so hot. I think I came there looking like a charcoal. But yeah, you train there, Chair. I mean, when I was there 3 years prior to that, when I was there, it was very hot. And then, okay, so now he selects me, this guy. They said I'm got selected for spinning camp. Obviously, Chair was hurt from the World Cup exclusion. I said to Vincent Barnes, I'm not going to go there. I'm going to go to the Caribbean. Because there I'm going to get money and I'm going to get recognized. So I'd rather go to the Caribbean than going to an Indian camp. And also, the reason that I made is that the sleeping arrangements. Because I've been, at the time, 2016, I've already been to 2 spinners camps. I've been one to India, the first one, and the second one to one in Sri Lanka. But sleeping arrangements were the same. But in Sri Lanka, instead of sleeping in 4 in one bedroom, we slept 3. Which I shared a room with Shemzi and Keshav Maharaj. And there was 3 of us in one room there in Sri Lanka. And then now I must go to another camp, the 3rd one, to go fix my skill. So I mentioned this to Vincent Barnes. You know? And so I remember that call was very heated with Vincent Barnes, very heated. Because I was hurt of why I was excluded and now I'm taken to India. And I'll tell you why I remember this, Chair. My favorite preacher is T.D. Jakes. So T.D. Jakes was in South Africa at that time at Rhema. So I went to go see my favorite preacher there at Rhema live. And that's when I got the call. That's why I remember this clearly. And Vincent Barnes says, no, Eddie, but the Caribbean has nothing to do with cricket. South Africa, you must go there. I'm like, Vincent, I'm not going, because, I was telling him, I'm not going to go there. Why must I go there if I can earn whatever? No, I'm going to speak to Linda Zondi. He said to me, you speak to Linda Zondi. You'll see, you'll never be on these camps anymore, whatever. He said that to me. Vincent Barnes said that to me. Oh, no, you'll see. And truth by his statement, what he said to me, that I'll never be in these South African things. I was never involved in any of the South African things. Because I'll tell you what, in 2019 or 2018, where I didn't have a good season, what I did is that I called Linda Zondi, who was convenient selector. I said, Linda Zondi, listen, there's few things I need to tidy up. So can I please go to India to the spinners camp? There's 3 things I need to tidy up because the guy who runs the spinners camp in India, I know him very well, we still talk, but can I go to India? Of which he said to me, Linda Zondi, when the protests were at the High Performance Center, I think they were telling Linda Zondi, but they asked him, am I going to go to India camp just to fix up my skills? He said to me, no, Eddie, you're not going to go there because the last time you refused in 2016, you refused to go there, so you're not going to go there or whatever. So I didn't go. So that means the words Davis Advance says to me, they were truth. I never saw any representative team of Cricket South Africa or even a camp after that World Cup, after I mentioned this. To which, during the Black Lives Matter last year, I sent him a message. I'm like, hey, coach, you remember? Vincent Vance, I sent him a message. I said, you remember when I told you I was hurt about the India camp, because my story came out that I didn't play or whatever, World Cup exclusion and stuff like that, like this paragraph saying. And I said to him, coach, you remember this when about the spinners camp when we fought, whatever? And he confirmed that in WhatsApp. He said to me, yes, I remember that very clearly. You know? So that's what happened with me, Che. Che, if you can find reasons, Che, you can find reasons why you're not playing or whatever. For me, merit was never an issue. So tell me why if I didn't play, if merit was never an issue. There's been white players in the Proteas team, you know, that one player in Bangladesh, they hold a meeting for him because he was not performing. So if you go upstairs in Bangladesh, on your right is like a little room where they had a meeting for him, and the children room on the left. So when you come from the field and you go up the stairs and you go left, you see they have a meeting. So what's that meeting about? So no, they're speaking to that guy because that guy has been performing. It was a well-known thing. That white player was not performing, and they had a meeting with him, and he's still now in the Proteas, that guy. But the guy who played the man of match, I'm here now talking about racism in SJN. You know? So I don't want to mention the guy's player because I really like the guy. But the white player, they had a meeting for him. Hey, why not prepare him? Because he had a dismal season. They can go and look at the guy's stats. He had a dismal season for Proteas that season. But now he's still there by the Proteas. Till now we are here talking about, it's like we are better people here, talking about how we were excluded from this Proteas team. Chair, you know, that's one thing I always wanted to say. Proteas is not a family business.
It's true.
You can't have you and that one person, you play for the same team, you get selected at the same time, but 2 years later, this guy is your senior. He even decides in how many bonuses, he can go to SACA and decide how many bonuses or whatever players get. But he's a senior. And normally the white players, they progress in the system quicker than other black players. It's the truth. You know, it's the truth. And there's this thing that in the book that I read about Jerry Zukov, and one of the things that he talks about impenetrable optimism. Impenetrable optimism is basically like, is the optimism that you can't pierce through. You can't get into it. And that's what they use for white players. If they don't perform, they'll use impenetrable optimism. No, but he's going to be feature leader of the Proteas. You know, but no, he's got a skill, but he can bat. The guy is a spinner. That time he's a spinner. They'll say, no, but this boy here, he can bat. No, this guy's a future captain. That's how they get selected. But when one performance, you are out. So for me, let the captain, Faf du Plessis, come. And you can even say it in social media platform, whatever, and tell me why was I excluded from the Proteas. And if he says Imran Tahir, fine. Let's talk about 2016. Why 2016 was I still not selected and you took Shamsi instead? Because Shamsi was not the best spinner in the country at the time. The stats are there to prove. You can look at 2015, 2016, 2017 stats of the best spinner in the country. If anything, George Lender, who's playing now, he's the white guy. It was neck and neck race with me and George Lender in 2015. In 2016, same. 2017, Bjorn Fortuin came to the scene. 2015, 2016, Bjorn Fortuin also came to the scene. So Shamsi was nowhere to be seen. If it was Lender or maybe Bjorn at the time, I'll understand. And I've got nothing against Shamsi, guys. I'm just illustrating my point.
Yes, no, I understand.
You know, I'm just illustrating my point that there's the issue. They must come and tell me why was it not playing? Why was it not played enough? Because the same captain, last year when I voiced my opinion, like I said, Che, he inboxed me on Twitter. The same captain inboxed me on Twitter. And I can read the message if you want me to read. He inboxed me there when I mentioned this thing about in Black Lives Matter, no, if you are a black player, they'll say that you are rude, you're unmanageable, you are this. But if it's a white player, no, he's going to be a future captain. No, this guy's got potential. Oh, this guy must play. But if it's a black player, you are out.
You don't have potential.
You don't have potential, Che. And Che, you know what, ne? There's this concept that this other philosopher speaks about, Jim Bildratt. Jim Bildratt speaks about what we call simulacra. Simulacra is like a model. It's It's a fake copy. It's like we have a human being, which is Eddie, I'm here, and we got a copy, which is a mental ideal. We got a copy of what Eddie should be like. And there's a copy or a simulacra of what a black player must look like. And this simulacra is like, black player, number one, you are always ripped, you are always fit. Number two, that means that you are mute, you are quiet, you can't say anything, you are blind to injustice. That's what a black player is. And number three, you are always performing. Right? So if you, as a Eddie, original person, not a simulacra, if you go against all of those ideals of what they think, you are a quota. They make it a bad word. You are not deserved to be there. You know? And this has been confirmed by other psychologists. The first black psychologist in South Africa, I forgot his name. He speaks about social schema and individual schema. Individual schema, me as Eddie, I'll say maybe I'm smart, or maybe as Eddie, I'm moral, maybe as Eddie, I love sports. But social schema in cricket, against a black cricketer, it will say, no, you can't be moral. You are sexually impulsive. No, you can't handle your alcohol. You've got alcoholic abuse thing. So those are the things that we are dealing with. You know, the ideology or the simulacra of how a black player should look like and what the reality. And the reality always clashes with the simulacra or the ideal that they put of us. And then we never reach that. And when we don't reach that, we always get judged with that. Always. You know, that you must be perfect. You must always be right. You must see, if a person gain a little bit of weight, if you gain a bit of weight, you're gone. If you go there, maybe smelling of alcohol from the night before, I don't drink, but if you go there smelling of alcohol the night before, no, he's a drunkard. Like it's evident on my statement. There are some players in the team that I played for in Bloemfontein that were recommended to Alcoholic Anonymous. They were called alcoholics in the team. The players that were in that dot, they were called alcoholics in the team because you're not allowed to go have fun. But yet in Bloemfontein, there was a white player of which the bus left him. The bus left him. We were going on some team tour. The bus left him. So the bus had to wait an hour later somewhere. They have to wait for him. He came smelling of alcohol, still wearing the clothes from the night before, because I was on the team, some team committee, and I said, this guy must be sanctioned for this. I was seen as a bad person. No, he's a young player. He's going to be a captain of South Africa one day. So no, you can't do that. So I left it.
You are now covering 2017-2018 season.
I'm covering that.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'll go like that because that's the ideas comes in.
Yes.
But we'll cover everything else. We'll cover that. So there was Worth Linda Zondi and all of that stuff.
But you must start with your Caribbean, you moving to nights, and then going back to the Caribbeans.
Yeah, so 2017 season, because I wanted, Knights didn't have a spin bowler. And as the Knights didn't have a spin bowler, I thought for me, I always wanted to play for South Africa. I thought if I go to the Knights, then I get a lot of opportunities to play, and then maybe I can stake my claim for the Proteas. What I felt there, guys. Yo, guys, at the night, the environment was toxic. And I can say it loud. It was toxic. I don't know, if maybe you guys...
The Knights are from where?
Bloemfontein.
Free State.
That's toxic. Yo, guys. Let me tell you, I grew up around Afrikaans boys in Potchefstroom. On weekends, I used to sleep at their houses there. Under 15, I even play boys from Klerksdorp, Quentin Menard, Quentin Krier, Hendris Hazama. Those are my boys. I grew up with these African boys, but I never experienced what I experienced here at Bloemfontein. You know, these boys were my boys. My first birthday party.
And you do speak the language.
I do. I can speak Praat, I can speak Gesals. So we went there to. My first birthday party was hosted by my teammates there in East London at Milky Lane. My first birthday party. I was never treated like, under 12, I was the only black player in the team. I was never treated like what I experienced in Bloemfontein. Bloemfontein, nah. And I don't know if there's any submissions that come from people from Bloemfontein, because one of the people, they said to me that the meeting was held in Bloemfontein regarding this SJN. They say, hey guys, if you're going to submit as SJN, remember that you have a job. I can't mention it, but someone told me that. Oh, that's what they said to them. Remember, you have a job. I don't know if there's a complaint about it, because he told me someone complained about the Bloem is tough, guys. I'll give you an example of discrimination there. Okay, so now work hard. Everyone knows it. I used to bowl 10 overs in the morning, 10 overs at night. That's like 20 overs in a day. So in a week, I used to clock 100 overs to a point where it messed up my shoulder. My shoulder was sore because I was training too hard because I wanted to play for the Proteas. they had to get this injection, I forgot the name, to make my shoulder not be sore. My shoulder was gone, Che, because I was training hard, even in the gym. So at the night, you have to go to the gym in the morning at 8 every day. So now you get the gym and work, and then some white players, there's other one, I call him Teddy Bear, because I like him, he's like a teddy bear. So this player will arrive late. When he arrives late, Che, and you're still doing the program, because they give you a program to finish, to complete. And when you finish the program there, before you even finish, the guy is done, he's gone. You're like, okay, fine, no, it's fine, he's done. But then come Friday, they give us workloads. There's the way they do the workloads, you know? So it's up to 5,000. When you come, 3,500, I did the whole thing, and I was working hard. But this teddy bear, he got 5,000 workload. He didn't do the job. And then I complained about it. No, it's like I'm a problem. So I left it. No, it is a problem. Because I could see these injustices, you know, and I started mentioning, because I'm a senior player in the team, like, guys, no, this can't be happening. This can't be happening. And then I post Mornay Castellan. I post and I'm like, Mornay, it cannot be that this guy's got too much workload, whatever. No, Ed, I'll explain to you. This is exactly what. No, Ed, I'll explain to you how these things work. But it can't work. He cannot have more than us. He doesn't train like us. To a point where, Che, this boy was called into the office after much resistance from us. He was called into the office because some white players started seeing those. He was called into the office, and they said to him, hey, listen, we're looking, they don't even have cameras in gym. We're seeing the camera that you're not doing your work, whatever. You have to come here and do the work extra, whatever. So that's part of discrimination, that they couldn't even see that the workload that this guy is doing is less than us. You know? The other one, Che, the same Morning Castellan, this guy comes to me when I had my shoulder problems because I was bowling a lot. Che, I was bowling a lot of overs. If he has records, I have records, I was bowling a lot. And then this guy looks at me and says, no, Eric, you need a shoulder surgery. I need a shoulder surgery. I'm like, no, now I have money, Chief. You can't tell me that I have a shoulder surgery. I want a second opinion. I remember it was like just outside the chamber. I'm like, no, you can't just look at me like this and say that I need a shoulder surgery. You know, where's the doctor? No, in Bloemfontein, we have the best doctor for that. Whatever. Carry, no, I'll go to Joburg. So you see, if I was one player who didn't have the money like other players or whatever, if I didn't set up myself well financially, I would have went for that. Mnyanda, I mentioned the guy there, he had a shoulder surgery. They mark him negatively for not training with us. The guy on a sling, but he had to ride a bicycle like this with one arm. To which I went to a senior player at the time. I'm like, Chief, this guy cannot do this. And we kind of mark him negatively for this because the guy is still injured. He's from a surgery. Like, no, he must do his work. He can't do that. So now they want to take you to the same surgery.
Why did they want you to go to the surgery?
I don't know. I can't tell you. Because my shoulder was sore, you know, and as always it's been. And now he wants me to go to surgery. To which the captain at the time, Patfa Billion, who was our captain at the time, he says to me, Eddie, Mornay told me, Pat says that at Josie Stars, I was bowling fine. Because there was nothing wrong with my shoulder at Josie Stars. You know why my shoulder was fine at Josie Stars? Brett Edwards, who was a physio there, in the morning, he was there in my room, massaging my shoulder. In the evening, he was there in my room, without fail, putting needles, doing that, because it had lumps, because I was bowling a lot that side. At the night. So he would do that, Brett Edwards. So that's how I could bowl fine. But he just saw that he didn't see the work that went behind, and Mornay was not doing any of that work. In Bloemfontein, for us, maybe black players, he was not doing any of that work for black players. So now his solution was, no, you must go to surgery. I was like, how the hell must I go to a surgery? You know the thing. And I said to him, Mornay, I can use my money, I'll go find a second opinion. Of which I did find a second opinion. And I called Brett first, who was my physio at the Lions, and I said, Brett, this time I must go to surgery. He's like, Eddie, you don't need a surgery. You just need your shoulder to be loosened out. And they were not doing that side. And it's evident as well. There was other guy, one player there in the team as well. This guy is one of the, I thought this guy was going to replace Venom Philander, the Proteas team. Very talented guy. He had a hamstring issue. He had a hamstring issue for months. Because once they see you can walk, it's like, you can run.
So what do you think they were not doing what they were supposed to do to you?
Nothing. The racism was blatant. Mornay racism was blatant. I think Mornay, guys, I don't know. You can say whatever. My experience with that guy, even though, you know me, I know how to deal with people like that. I'll act like, nah, you know, like, I'll be accommodative to them, but you would know that this one, and he'll probably, when he hears this testimony, he'll be like, did Eddie mention this? I did mention his name, because that guy was racist, because one player, they told me, I asked them, one player, when we were there at Northern, said, Chief, why did you leave the Knights? And one player said to me that, hey, no, I'm too young to deal with racism. I'm like, why? Then he mentioned the same name that I just mentioned. You know, because he's the one who controls. Remember what I spoke about white rage? It's quiet, it's there in the decision makers. When you have to make, no, Eddie, but your running was not good, hey, this and this. No one can fault me for my fitness. I was quite fit. Well, I'm still quite fit, Che. But there, the report was saying otherwise. Another option is during the yo-yo test. So yo-yo test, if I could explain to you, Che. So yo-yo test is like a size of a basketball. So you have to run from that corner to that corner. So you go to that corner in certain time, and you get a bleep. When you get to this corner, you get a bleep. So it's there and back. When you get back, you must get back to the line before the beep comes. So now, because Nyanda Clay, they didn't want me there. He went there, and he came back. Before he touches the line, they'll say, first warning. They give you 3 warnings to touch the line before the time. Oh, they say this, they say bleep. I'm like, hey. So Nyanda stopped. This is the fittest guy. He was also the fittest guy in the team. He stopped. It's like, I can see most they don't want me here. So he stopped. Okay, so now, and there's another white player who was doing that, but they never said anything. So now it's my turn, because obviously we go in groups, like groups of 8. So it's my turn to run. So I ran. It's like, any first one. I'm like, how is the first one? But the white player so and so and so and so did that, and you didn't say, because I'm very vocal. I'm like, that player did so and so, and you didn't say anything more than, yeah, you start with me with that, I'll stop now. And that's everything. Level 13 is, if you go to level 18, you're quite fit. So level 13 is like in the start. So I'm like, I'll go out in level 13, and you'll tell me if level 13 is what I deserve. And they're quiet. So since from then, I was like, a dagger was out. The daggers were out against me, because they could see this one sees these things and is disturbing the status quo. We're going to deal with them. So I was excluded from the team, Che. Yeah, Che. I was excluded from the team. My experience in Bloemfontein. Yeah, I was excluded from the team, Che. To a point where not even training with the team, you know? And so they'll have 12 players, and those will train. So me, I'll train by myself. So I'll go there, we'll see the team training, I'll leave the team to train, and I'll go there and I'll train by myself. I'll train by myself. I had videos and all that stuff. I'll train by myself. I was helped by, you know what's helping me? You know the Proteas women's coach, Hilton Murray? He will come, Hilton, and help me train. So sometimes I'll take videos, I'll ask them to take videos and take them, will analyze the body. None of the coaches, none of the things help. So there's this guy called, I think it's Nico. He's one of the councilmen there. He's a big guy, he's a buff guy there. You know, he's Afrikaans, staunch Afrikaans, okay? This guy fought for me, okay? And what will happen? He fought for me. He says, you guys are busy judging this guy. This guy, when he trains here, he trains alone. No one is here with him. I've never seen the coach. He was coming this at the coach at the time. He says, no one is training with Eddie. Eddie is always here by himself. Sometimes I even tell the groundsman to leave the net open for me, so that he knows that without fault, I'll be there in the morning before the team to train. So he'll open the net. So every time I get the check, the other nets are closed, but my one is open. I was like, how? Because, and I didn't understand. And later to find out this guy went in fought for me. So it was blatant how they treated me there. But then, Che, you know what's funny? Even though they treated me like that, the auction came for Josie Stars. And when the auction came, I got selected for Josie Stars. And then they were surprised. And with Josie Stars, you know what's nice? The CEO called me. While they were treating me like this, like, Eddie, don't worry. You know what? Greg Fredericks, I call him Dad. He called me. He's like, don't worry, Eddie. We're going to select you for Josie Stars. Then that's how I got to say. But there, the situation was dire. I saw Pierre, who's a SACA psychologist, regarding the same situation like Pierre. I can't handle it here. Even the money is not enough, Che. Che was on a max contract there. Big contract. Because I deserve it. You know, with the guy, with the stats that I had over the years, I worked hard for that. And then, Che, that money was not even, I felt that they can keep their money. I just want my piece to go home. Of which it's evident later on I did. Che, no amount of money is worth your peace. But that place, they dealt with me. So anyway, so then I go to Josie Stars. We'll come to that later, but I went to Josie Stars the same year when they treated me like. Then when I was at Josie Stars, I was doing well in Josie Stars. Then I called the provincial coach for Free State. So when I called the provincial coach, I said, Chief, I'm doing well here. I feel like as AD, I can add value to your team. Free State is youngsters, the B team. I can add value. Just add me into your team. You will see I'll make a difference. Of which is, at the time we had such a good relationship and all that stuff. And then I went there and I did well for Free State. I took wickets for them because now I felt like I wanted again. I was excluded from the night, from Free State team, from training with the team. And that's what happened. And some of the black players, they can attest to that. I mean, how do you recommend a youngster to Alcoholic Anonymous without his parents' consent? How do you do that? Nyanda, the way he was treated. Tandisha Walala was here. I don't know, he spoke about Free State. All those guys that left Bloom, their career went downhill. Ask yourself why, Che. And they're all black. But if it's a white player who leaves, his career thrives. And there's a couple of guys. There's one player also I wouldn't mention, but that guy is like my favorite guy. I like the guy. But the people around, they were complaining that this guy is racist or whatever. But I didn't have that experience with him. And now his career he went there, he played. They said, no, he's disruptive in the team, blah, blah, blah. But he still had a team after that. But all the black players that go to Bloom, their careers, when they leave Bloom, and that's the situation. It's bad there, Chip. Maybe in 20 years' time, you will see other people will come into SJN and talk about these things. So it was dire there. And then...
what did SACA say about your grievances with Bloemfontein?
Advocate, what you're saying to me, and with my responses, I feel like I'm standing in the grave of my career. I'm about to shovel my career with dirt. Literally, that's what it feels like. Because I can tell you about SACA. Because I feel like I can add value as a player to SACA in certain things. And now if I say this, they might maybe deal with me decisively. But let me say to you this. I spoke to Bridget and other guys in SACA. And for me, at the time, I lost trust with SACA. I felt like, if we tell SACA, it's the same, man. These guys are not going to deal with these things decisively because they don't understand the plight of black players. They don't understand the plight of black African players that come from the townships. They come from communities that are riddled with dependents producing substances. They don't know that. They don't know those things, these people. So how are they going to know if Eddie goes there, guys, I've been treated like this, like this. No, but Eddie, you have accommodation. No, but you have this. I guess they always do the what about this. What about the accommodation that they're giving you? What about this? What about that? They don't mention. There's no black people there at SACA. They can understand. We are the people of logic. I'm not saying not other races not, but black people are people of logic. Talk to a guy and show him love and say, no, I understand the situation that you come from. But that's never happened with SACA. Because they think that for example, by the virtue of their bursaries are there, you should be able to take it. So now for the virtue of SACA is there as a system they're able to take. I don't know if I'm answering your question, but that's basically what it is. They don't understand the plight, and I'll say that they don't understand the plight of SACA has been good to me, and I'll say that, they're paying for the degree that I'm about to get, the law degree, they paid for it or stuff like that. But the thing is, I feel like this is just an addition of how they could improve. There's no black players there to know the plight of black African players in this country. Because I'm telling you now, some of the players, the way sometimes the culture or the tradition of where we were raised is so self-destructive to becoming a professional cricketer. 3 years or 4 years' time, they might, and I say might, go back to where they might lose everything that they have now. So that's one of the things that we can curb, transformation of the mind, I feel.
But they did assist in terms of referring you to a psychologist. Was it through them?
I referred myself to a psychologist. The thing that and in 2016 also, after the World Cup exhibition, I saw a psychologist as well. His name is Pierre. He's a SACA psychologist. But this one, I went to Mary Jane Kubel. So when I went to Mary Jane Kubel, you know what I did? I lied to her. because I didn't want them to know that it's a Proteas thing, because you're trying to hide this thing as much as you can so that it doesn't go out to think, Eddie must deal with him decisively. So what I did, I hid to Mary Jane that I'm going to see a psychologist because of the Proteas thing. Because we went there to basically discuss this thing of, why is Shamsi selected, I'm not selected, what's wrong with me? Because the stats are saying so, and he's not the best bowler at the time in the country. Now he's the best bowler in the world. But he was, that time he was not. And then, why? So I said to Mary Jane that, refer me to Pierre because I just broke up with my girlfriend and I want to healing. Even the players at the Lions, they started making jokes about that I went to see a psychologist for breaking up with my girlfriend. But literally, I went to see a psychologist because of that 2016 thing, so I covered up. Is it like it's a breakup?
Eddie, I must also ask you, because I keep hearing you speak about this term where you keep saying they'll deal with you decisively. So where does that come from? Even, this issue of victimization that, a lot of players have been making reference to, if you speak out, you'll be victimized. We want to understand who will be victimizing players or who will be dealing with people decisively. Like, where's this fear coming from? There's some players, who've been, what is the submissions that state that the certain players are fearful of submitting to the SJN because they fear victimization or they fear that they'll be dealt with decisively. So I just want to understand from you, or your understanding, where's that coming from?
Firstly, if you can see the trend in all of those, some of the submissions, we'll see that the people that are in charge of the teams, even in my submissions, the white players, the engine room of the team or the decision making in the teams is white players. One thing I can tell you, white players stick together. Like I told you, we had 6 provinces, but if you say something about someone from the other team here, he will know. So they stick together, white players. Regarding whatever issue there is, they stick together. So now when you go and you mention that most players, they mention that group, they mentioned that there's always like a core group that makes decisions in the team. There's the core group in whatever team that you are. They'll deal decisively with you, even if they're not involved in your situation per se. They're not involved in how they treat you, whatever. But those are the people that will deal with you. Because we'll take one player to say, but it is a problem, eh? Because if you start noticing all these injustices, you're like, that one is a problem. That one. That's what I'm saying. They'll deal with you decisively. And I'll give an example. So after Josie Stars, I did well in the competition, but what happened is that I went to the Knights. So now the Knights, they see Eddie performed well. After 4 games, I was MVP in the 2018 Josie Stars. And then you know what they did now? And now I went to the Knights. Now I have to play the T20. So when I played the T20 for the Knights, I'm not getting a fair opportunity, a quality of opportunity, I can say that. Quality of opportunity, like as a spinner, you want to bowl in the middle period, which is over 6 till over 10. But in the Knights, I was bowling like death. Death means I was bowling over the last overs, and the last overs are more suitable for fast bowlers. But I was bowling number 18, number 19, it's there in the stairs. So for me, I saw, and against a short boundary at times, then I saw, my time is limited here. Because you will find that there were other guys, they were fast bowlers, they were bowling in the middle period, where the spinners are supposed to bowl. But no, they bowl in where the spinners are supposed to bowl, and me, I was bowling at death. And everyone could see the TVs. And what happened is that in that season, I started bowling 1 over for 16 runs. Then I don't get another over. Or 1 over for 14 runs. Because at the death is when they start just hitting the ball. It's either you or the batter that wins. So now what happened is that at the time, 1 for 14 in Cape Town, 1 for 16, 1 over for 16 runs, I bowl 1 over, 1 over, 1 over. Imagine I come from the form I come from against international players in Josie Stars, and now at the night I'll start bowling at almost at the death period, of which is not suitable to me. So there I see, these people don't want me here. To where I went and saw a neurologist, Dr. Van Niekerk, who recommended, he gave me some pills to cope with those guys at the night. So I started taking pills to cope with the guys at the team. It was dire. To when my partner said to me that, babe, you gotta stop taking these things. I'm like, hey, during Monday, Wednesday, Friday, I'll take them. During game days, week before game days, I won't gonna take it, but I'm gonna take this. There was this team doctor at the nights. Also, now he's in Qatar. I'd asked him, Chief, I want to take this, whatever, because I want to, can we apply to WADA, drug-free spot, whatever, so I can take these things. So he says, no, I'm going to refer you to a neurologist to make a recommendation. So I went to a neurologist, and then they recommended the pill. So obviously you can't say, for the team's sake, that this thing is depressing me a little bit. You can't say that. So I said to them, no, man, I got too much energy, I got ADHD, whatever, because the pills that use for ADHD is the same pills that people with depression, or people that are depressed or whatever, that they use. They're methylphenidate or something like that. But in sports, they're not allowed those pills. So, like, if we don't have games or whatever, I'll just take one. But then there was that time. It was difficult there at the night, guys. Whoa.
Well, I'm sorry, Eddie. We've far gone past the time, by far.
Oh, okay. I didn't listen.
Yes, and but we have the benefit of your very comprehensive affidavit and the annexures. We will have to supplement your oral evidence with everything that is contained here, because I'm just thinking of your colleague, Mr. Tsolekile, who was supposed to be here at 1 o'clock.
Oh.
Yeah, we are now at past 1:30.
Hey, Chair, I didn't see
but
that.
then, we didn't start.
Chair, is it possible we can touch the Jersey Stars one, then we can finish it for 5 minutes?
No, if you can do it in 5 minutes, it's okay.
Yeah?
Yeah?
Yeah, because I think this one is important.
Yeah.
In the Jersey Stars, Chair, quickly, what happened is that in the Jersey Stars, it was funny that also you would expect that we have a black coach in the form of Enoch Nkwe. That having a coach like him that, black, you understand the plight of black players.
Yeah.
And, but for me, as well there, because the captain was Dan Villas, the president of the Gauteng Cricket Board was N. Villas, who's Dan Villas' mother. And so he was captain, and then the core group was white guys again. Dan Villas, Pat Van Bignon, who's this guy from Australia? They were all white guys, Simon Harman, all those guys. So what happened is the first game they didn't play Simon Harman because core black players have to play as, what you call this? They have to play as overseas players. So he played as overseas player, so he couldn't play, so I played. I had one of the best figures in that game, Chair. Then the second game, guess where we played? We played there in Thingy. Hamon played this time. I took 3 wickets, I had 5 wickets. Third game I didn't perform, I'll say that loudly. And the third game I performed, Chair, I played 4 games, I had 7 wickets. I was MVP in the first 4 games there, I was part of the MVP. But then after that, I played only 4 games with 7 wickets. I never played a game, Chair, in that Jersey Stars team. And I understand that Dan Villas and all those guys, they're all friends. But why was I excluded in the team if I was performing? Because the next game was in Durban. Again, Durban maybe has never favored me. In Durban, with New Zealand, he never favored me. He never favored me here again. So in Durban, we went there, Chair, and then I didn't play. So for me, I feel like Jersey Stars as well would have a fair opportunity, and it went as far as me getting a team for the following year and getting money. But then I was excluded from that as well, Chair. And I can say, basically, also that what I think it was a racial discrimination. I'll tell you why. Because there was a time, Biren Hendricks, myself, and someone else, we set out. And then I asked him, Chief, what did I do wrong? And he says to me, brother, we did absolutely nothing wrong. And also, again, it was black players that were sitting outside in that game. So for me, Jersey Stars, also, if you think it's not only white players that treat us with disdain, also some of the people that are supposed to understand the plight of black players, they do the same. Because what explains in Jersey Stars that I was MVP after 4 games, I took 7 wickets after 4 games, why didn't I play more? So for me, Chair, that's all I wanted to say. If there's any question, I think they will supplement them. Chair, I'm glad that I had the opportunity to say what I had to say in this SJN. And whoever wants to come after me, they can do that, because yes, I can't wait. I'll respond, Chair. I'll fight. Now I was a born fighter. My mother taught me how to fight, so we can come, we can debate this verbally.
Thank you very much for coming. I mean, I, as I say, a number of people, you know, who have got grievances, have not had the courage or have not found it is something they need to do to come and speak in public. And yet this platform was created for anybody, those about whom things are being said and they are implicated in wrongdoing. We want them to come here and say, no, 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 no. Eddie got it all wrong. Eddie has come here and told you things that that are false or which he misinterpreted. You know, we would have given him an opportunity, but, you know, he didn't want to take the opportunities the way that we're presenting to him. That's fair. But there are others who it is on record, and you have mentioned some of them, who could have come and made these hearings richer, in the sense that we would have something much more on about which we should think when we make our recommendations. But they either felt it was not worth their while to do so, or they were fed up, or they thought, in fact, some of them have said so in so many words. What are you going to do? What is all of these things going to end up at? What will it contribute? Will it sort my issues? Will it sort the issues that there are in cricket South Africa? Everybody can see what is going on there. I'm not so sure that everybody can see. And that is why it is important for people like you to come and say, no, 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 no. This is what actually has been happening there. Don't be fooled by what is happening presently. There may be those who say, oh, yeah, but we have got an African now who's the captain of the Proteas. What do you want? Well, if they want to say so, they must come, because I will put some of the things that you have said, that some other people have said, all in the spirit of trying to heal those who have been wounded, and all in the spirit of wishing that there will be a better future for cricket South Africa. But thank you very much.
Thank you for the opportunity, Chair.
You're okay. You're welcome. Yeah, we were supposed to start with Mr. Tsolekile at 2 o'clock. And 2 o'clock is about 15 minutes from now. We won't start at 2 o'clock, we'll start at 2:30, 14:30. And hope that we will be done by 1600, which I don't think is going to happen. But